How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral Tarlacenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki, Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral Tarlacenyo every Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Pilipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gakutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral Tarlacenyo.
Good afternoon to our grade 8 learners. Welcome to Aral Tarlacenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, RTV Channel 26 Facebook Live, and on Converge Cable TV Channel 100. I am teacher Myra Bautista Pangan, your teacher broadcaster for English 8. Broadcasting live here at Papaco Integrated School, San Manuel District, Tarlac, bringing you the hottest lesson on air. Join me today for another fun and interesting lesson in English 8. As we begin our lesson, make sure that you are all sitting comfortably, far from noise, so you can hear and watch me loud and clear. Be sure to have all the things you need for our lesson this afternoon. Your activity sheets, pen, and paper. As you listen and watch carefully, capture and list down the important notes and ideas as we explore our lesson. If you have questions and clarifications regarding our lesson today, just post them in the comment section if you are watching our Facebook Live. But if you are listening to the radio and watching TV, you may send your questions via text messaging or FB Messenger to your teacher. Dear upgraded learners, I think you are ready now. We will now begin our exciting adventure with our topic for today. Today we will tackle about Quarter 4, Module 1, using appropriate grammatical signals or expressions suitable to each pattern of idea development, focusing on claim and counterclaim. At the end of this 25 meaning learning process, you are expected to, number 1, identify claim and counterclaim grammatical signals and expressions used in a pattern of idea development. Number 2, use claim and counterclaim grammatical signals and expressions in developing ideas. Before we begin, let us have first a review on how well you remember the lesson that you had with Teacher Angeli last Tuesday. Let's answer this activity from your previous lesson. Let me read the instructions for you. Identify the grammatical signals for general to particular in the following sentences. Write your answers on your answer sheet. Let's begin. Number 1. The learners, namely Pat, Mora, Levi, and Osram, are given special assignments. Again, number 1. The learners, namely Pat, Mora, Levi, and Osram, are given special assignments. What is the grammatical signal for general to particular used in this sentence? If your answer is namely, you are absolutely correct. Number 2. High-protein meat such as chicken, beef, and pork are omitted from his diet. Again, number 2. High-protein meat such as chicken, beef, and pork are omitted from his diet. What is the grammatical signal for general to particular used in this sentence? If your answer is such as, that's great, you are correct. Number 3. Car companies like BMW and Ford produce sports cars in America and Asia. Again, car companies like BMW and Ford produce sports cars in America and Asia. Now, identify the grammatical signal used in this sentence. If your answer is like, very good. Number 4. This toy helps children to discover their abilities. In other words, children can learn new things from this toy. Number 4. This toy helps children to discover their abilities. In other words, children can learn new things from this toy. What is the grammatical signal for general to particular used in this sentence? If your answer is in other words, you are amazing. Number 5. Angelo can play a number of musical instruments such as violin, guitar, saxophone, and piano. Again, number 5. Angelo can play a number of musical instruments such as violin, guitar, saxophone, and piano. Now, identify the grammatical signal used in this sentence. If your answer is such as, you are absolutely correct. How was your score? I hope everyone did well on this activity. Now, let's begin with our new lesson. Grammatical signals are writing devices that serve to maintain text coherence. They signal the relationship between new sentences and the ones before them. And they are also important writing devices in text construction. What is a claim? The word claim refers to your opinion about something based on what you know or what you have studied. Again, the word claim refers to your opinion about something based on what you know or what you have studied. Let's study the example of a grammatical signal used for claim. Succulents are just easy to take care of because they can survive even with only a little amount of water supply. Also, they can be left any time of the day under the sun. This is an example of a claim. It relates to someone's experience and opinion about succulents. Now, let us identify the grammatical signals used in this claim. What are the grammatical signals used for this statement? If your answers are because and also, that's great, you are correct. Meanwhile, the word counterclaim is something that contradicts the claim. It further challenges the opinion. Again, the word counterclaim is something that contradicts the claim. It further challenges the opinion. Let's check this example. While the majority have found out that succulents are just easy to take care of, some still think that they have to exert more effort in taking care of them. Yes, they can be given only a little amount of water. However, one should also be careful not to put water on their leaves, or else they will turn yellow. Not all succulents want to be placed under the sun. In fact, some just want to be in a bright shaded area. This statement is a counterclaim. It provides an opposing belief or opinion on the claim about taking care of succulents. Now, what are the grammatical signals used for this counterclaim? If your answers are while the majority, however, and in fact, you are correct. The following expressions are used in making claims and counterclaims. It may be true that, but, because, nevertheless, in contrast, while some have found out that, while some may argue still, yet, otherwise, nonetheless, although it is reasonable yet, yes, some might say that, however, on the contrary, on the other hand, it is easy to think that, but. Did you like the topic for today? Very good. I am happy that you like it. Now, it's practice time. Let's move on to our Let Us Apply Activity A. And I bet that you are ready. For our first activity, we are going to identify the grammatical signals for claim and counterclaim. Write your answers on your answer sheet. You can also type in your answer in the comment section if you are watching in our FB Live. I will read each sentence twice and you are given 3 seconds to think of your answer. Let's proceed to number 1. Fudgy bar tastes better than other snack cakes because of its texture, creamy filling, and golden appearance. Again, fudgy bar tastes better than other snack cakes because of its texture, creamy filling, and golden appearance. What is your answer? Correct! The answer is because. Number 2. Dance music has become popular for reasons that have nothing to do with the quality of music. Again, dance music has become popular for reasons that have nothing to do with the quality of music. What is your answer to number 2? Very good! The answer is 4 reasons. Number 3. The bullet ant is a small creature. Nonetheless, its bite is extremely painful. Again, number 3. The bullet ant is a small creature. Nonetheless, its bite is extremely painful. What is the answer in number 3? You are correct. The answer is nonetheless. Next is number 4. James and his team didn't finish the project. However, they did work hard. Again, number 4. James and his team didn't finish the project. However, they did work hard. What is the answer in number 4? The answer is however. And for the last number in activity 1, number 5, you can come with us if you are ready. Otherwise, you will have to ride the bus. Again, number 5. You can come with us if you are ready. Otherwise, you will have to ride the bus. What is your answer in number 5? That's great! The answer is otherwise. How was your score? Did you get a perfect score? Excellent grade, learners! But if you did not get a perfect score, do not worry, because there is still room for improvement and we still have more activities to accomplish. With that, we will now move on to our next activity, and let me read the directions. Read each item carefully and fill in the blanks by choosing the appropriate grammatical signal provided inside the box. Write your answers on your answer sheet. I will read each sentence twice and you have 5 seconds to think of your answer. Number 1. A lot of Filipinos follow precautionary measures in preventing the spread of the COVID-19 virus. Blank, some are just so complacent, which makes it harder to flatten the curve. Again, number 1. A lot of Filipinos follow precautionary measures in preventing the spread of the COVID-19 virus. Blank, some are just so complacent, which makes it harder to flatten the curve. What grammatical signal for claim and counterclaim should we use? If your answer is however or but in number 1, you are correct. Number 2. Claim. Students that are allowed to eat inside the classroom can focus better during discussions. The counterclaim. Some might say that students that are allowed to eat inside the classroom can focus better during class discussions. Blank, some may be disturbed by the noise they create while eating. Again, I'll repeat. The claim is, students that are allowed to eat inside the classroom can focus better during class discussion. The counterclaim, some might say that students that are allowed to eat inside the classroom can focus better during class discussions. Blank, some may be disturbed by the noises they create while eating. What grammatical signal for claim and counterclaim should we use? If your answer is however or but in number 2, you are correct again. For number 3, many claim that one need not to go to college to be successful. Blank, many will agree to the notion that college education results in better employment. Again, many claim that one need not to go to college to be successful. Blank, many will agree to the notion that college education results in better employment. Choose from the box the grammatical signal for claim and counterclaim that should we use for this statement. If your answer is while it is true to some, you are amazing. Moving on to number 4. Blank, the National Center for Education Statistics, 73% of the young adults with bachelor's degree work full-time a year round in 2014, compared to 65% of young adult high school graduates. Again, number 4. Blank, the National Center for Education Statistics, 73% of young adults with bachelor's degree work full-time a year round in 2014, compared to 65% of young adults high school graduates. What grammatical signal for claim and counterclaim should we use? The correct answer in number 4 is according to. I hope you got it right, grade 8. Number 5. Blank, it can be said that college education is a prerequisite to attain success in life. Again, number 5. Blank, it can be said that college education is a prerequisite to attain success in life. Choose from the box the grammatical signal for claim and counterclaim that should we use for this statement. If you answered therefore in number 5, you are correct. Fantastic! How was your score in activity 2? Did you get a perfect score? That's good to know, grade 8. Keep it up! Before I present to you your post-listening or viewing activities, let's have a review of our discussion. Grammatical signals are writing devices that serve to maintain text coherence. They signal the relationship between new sentences and the ones before them. And they are also important writing devices in text construction. What is a claim? The word claim refers to your opinion about something based on what you know or what you have studied. Again, the word claim refers to your opinion about something based on what you know or what you have studied. Meanwhile, the word counterclaim is something that contradicts the claim. It further challenges the opinion. Again, the word counterclaim is something that contradicts the claim. It further challenges the opinion. What are the grammatical signals or expressions we can use in making claims and counterclaims? It may be true that, but, because, nevertheless, in contrast, while some have found out that, while some may argue, still, yet, otherwise, nonetheless, although it is reasonable, yet, yes, some might say that, however, on the contrary, on the other hand, it is easy to think that, but. And for our first post-listening or viewing activity, you are going to complete the sentences using the given grammatical signals for claim and counterclaim. Write your answers on your answer sheet. I will read each sentence twice. Number 1. Some parents argue that television has a negative effect on family life because blank. Again, number 1. Some parents argue that television has a negative effect on family life because blank. Number 2. While some have found out that a lie detector test is not really accurate, still blank. Again, number 2. While some have found out that a lie detector test is not really accurate, still blank. Number 3. It may be true that student grades really measure achievement, but blank. Number 3. It may be true that student grades really measure achievement, but blank. Number 4. I believe that people have an intimate view of what's good for them, yet blank. Again, number 4. I believe that people have an intimate view of what's good for them, yet blank. Number 5. Many people argue that bullying is a natural part of our humanity, and the preventive measures are ineffective against this element. However, blank. Number 5. Many people argue that bullying is a natural part of our humanity, and that preventive measures are ineffective against this element of the human condition. However, blank. For the next post-listening or viewing activity, let me read the directions. Read each of the following statements and write your counterclaim for each one. Use grammatical signals for claim and counterclaim in developing your ideas. Write your answers in your answer sheet. I will read each sentence twice. Number 1. I agree that walking is a safe exercise. Number 1. I agree that walking is a safe exercise. Number 2. Students should be allowed to bring cell phones at school. Number 2. Students should be allowed to bring cell phones at school. Number 3. Students that are allowed to chew gums focus better in school. Number 3. Students that are allowed to chew gums focus better in school. Number 4. I challenge Darwin's theory of evolution. Number 4. I challenge Darwin's theory of evolution. Last number 5. Smoking causes lung cancer. Again, smoking causes lung cancer. Our lesson in English 8 has just ended. You may now start working on the activities on the learning the post-listening activity by simply following the instructions. If you find it hard to do the other activity, time flies really fast. 25 minutes of fun learning is just like 25 seconds. Just remember, grammatical signals are writing devices that maintain text coherence. Claim refers to your opinion about something based on what you know or what you have studied. Counterclaim is something that contradicts the claim. Also, use appropriate grammatical signals for claim and counterclaim that we have studied. I know you can now answer your post-listening or viewing activity. You can do it, grade 8. If you have questions and clarifications, don't hesitate to send a message to your teacher or even to me. My mobile number is 0907-284-1179. I'll try to answer all your queries right away. I would like to acknowledge our 39 viewers on FB Live. Thank you for listening. For my takeaway, take this verse from Proverbs 18, verse 15. The mind of the prudent acquires knowledge, and the ear of the wise seeks knowledge. Always remember to enjoy while learning until our next Learning Discovery Grade 8. On Tuesday, Teacher Rodelyn will also discuss using appropriate grammatical signals or expressions suitable to each pattern of idea development, focusing on problem solution. Once again, you are tuning at Aral Tarlac Henyo here on our TV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac, our TV Channel 26 Facebook Live, and on Converged Cable TV Channel 100. Again, this is Teacher Myra Bautista Pangan, your teacher broadcaster. God bless everyone.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DepEd Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral Tarlacenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam. We are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DepEd, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para magbanding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral Tarlakenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZDZ 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie Andueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Araw Tarlachenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral Tarlachenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Ang unang digmaang pandaigdig o World War I na tumagal ng 4 years o 4 na taon ay pinasiklab ng 3 dahilan. Ang nasyonalismo, imperialismo, militarismo, at ang mga nabuong alyansa. Ito ay kumitil sa maraming buhay at sumira ng milyon-milyong ari-arian. Ang World War I ay kinilala bilang Great War sapagkat ito ang kauna-unahang malawakang digmaang pandaigdig sa kasaysayan. Magandang hapon sa aking mga mag-aral sa grade 8 at sa ating mga viewers. Ako si Ginoong Charlie M. Peralta, ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan grade 8 na sumasahing papawid muli mula rito sa Barangay San Pascual, Tarlac City sa tulong ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DCTC 828, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac. Samahan ninyo akong muli. Ating alamin ang mga mahalagang pangyayaring naganap at ang naging bunga ng World War I na hatid pa rin sa inyo ng Aral Tarlachenyo ng Scouts Division of Tarlac Province. Ang ating talakayan ngayong araw ay alinsunod pa rin sa ating most essential learning competency na nasusuri ang mga dahilan, mga halagang pangyayaring naganap at bunga ng unang digmaang pandaigdig. Handa na ba kayong matutong muli ngayong araw? Kung gayon ay handa na ninyo ang inyong mga sarili at ang mga gamitan katulad ng papel, ballpen at learning material. Upang mas lalo ninyong maintindihan ang ating paksa, atin munang sagutin ang gawain number 1. Talasalita. Dito ay ayusin ang mga ginulong titik upang malaman ang salitang tinutukoy ng bawat bilang. Number 1. Ito ay alyansang binubuo ng Germany, Austria-Hungary at Italy. Ayusin ang mga ginulong titik upang mabuo ang konseptong hinahanap ng bilang na ito. At ang tamang sagot dyan ay very good. Ito ay ang Triple Alliance, binubuo ng Germany, Austria-Hungary at bansang Italy. Number 2. Ito naman ay samahan o samahang nabuo sa pagitan naman ng mga bansang France, Great Britain, at Russia. Ang tamang sagot ay, wow, tama. Ito ay ang triple entente. Number 3. Ito ay lugar kung saan napaslang si Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Saan nga ba siya napaslang? The correct answer is, alright, ito ay Sarajevo. At pang-apat, ito ay tumutukoy sa pagpapalawak ng kapangyarihan at kayamanan ng isang bansa sa pamamagitan ng pag-okupa at pagkontrol sa teritoryo ng ibang bansa. Ang tamang sagot ay imperialismo. At ang susunod ay, ito ay naging sentro ng unang digmaang pandaigdig. Ang tamang sagot ay Europe o Europa, sapagkat sa Europa naganap ang World War I. Nakuha niyo bang lahat ng tamang sagot? Kung nakuha niyo lahat ng tamang sagot, kayo ay napakagaling. At kung hindi naman, ay bumawi sa mga susunod pa nating gawain na aking naihanda para sa inyo. Ngayon ay atin nang umpisahan ang ating pag-aaral. Sa araw na ito, ang ating tatalakayin naman ay tungkol sa naging role o kung ano ang naging side ng United States during World War I. Ngayon, pag-usapan natin ano bang naging bahagi ng United States sa World War I. Sa pagsiklab ng digmaan noong taong 1914, pinili ng US sa pangunguna ni President Woodrow Wilson na walang kakampihang alyansa. Ibig sabihin, pinili ni Pangulong Woodrow Wilson na pumagitna sa pagitan ng dalawang pangkat ng mga bansa. Ang United States ay isa sa mga kapalitan na kalakal naman ng Great Britain. Kung kaya't kahit na ang United States ay nasa gitna ng dalawa, hindi naglaon ay nagkaroon ng tensyon sa pagitan ng Amerika at ng bansang Germany. Ang tensyong ito sa pagitan ng dalawa ay mas lalong umigting nang maglungsad ang Germany ng isang tinatawag nating unrestricted warfare, kung saan palulubugin ng hukbong pandagat ng Germany ang anumang barkong papasok sa Great Britain, tuman ay kalaban o hindi kalaban. Makalipas ang isang buwan mula nang magdeklara ng unrestricted warfare ang bansang Germany, napalubog nito ang William P. Fay. Ito ay isang pribadong barkong Amerikano. Dahil dito, nagalit si President Wilson at ito naman ay inako ng bansang Germany. Inako ng Germany ang responsibilidad ukol sa insidenteng ginanap. At noong May 7, 1915 naman, pinalubog ng bansang Germany ang Lusitania. Ito ay isang pampasaherong barko ng bansang Great Britain. Dito, tinatayang 1,959 na pasahero ang sakay, kung saan 1,198 sa mga ito ay namatay, kabilang na ang 128 na mga Amerikano. Bunsod ng pangyayaring ito ay nangako ang bansang Germany sa Amerika na hindi na muling paitingin ang unrestricted warfare. Subalit, naulit pa ang pagpasabog sa mga barko at maraming inosenteng sibilyan ang nadamay. Ang pangyayaring ito ay ang nagtulak sa United States na sumali na sa World War I laban sa Germany noong April 2, 1970. May tatalang mahigit sa 2 milyon na Amerikanong sundalo ang nakilahok laban sa Germany. 50,000 sa kanila ay ang nagbuwis ng buhay sa pakikipaglaban hanggang sa magwakas ang World War I noong November 1918. Ngayon ay pag-usapan natin ang tungkol naman sa pagwawakas ng digmaan at kung ano ba ang mga ginawang hakbang upang matapos ng tuluyan ang hindi pagkakaunawaan ng mga bansa. Ang pagpasok ng United States sa digmaan ay nagdulot ng paglakas ng puwersa ng Allied Forces na nagpahina naman sa puwersa ng Central Powers. Napaatras ang bansang Germany matapos ang kanyang sunod-sunod na pagkatalo at pagkaubos ng kanyang mga sundalo, habang ang kanya namang ibang mga kapanalig na bansa ay sumuko na lamang. Kasunod ng pangyayaring ito ay ang pagbaba sa trono ni Kaiser Wilhelm II noong November 9, 1918. At dahil dito, tuluyan na ngang natapos ang unang digmaang pandaigdig nang malagdaan ang tinatawag nating armistice o yung kasunduan ng tigil digmaan noong November 11, 1918. Ngayon, ay pag-usapan natin nang matapos ang digmaan, ano ba ang sumunod na hakbang na ginawa ng mga bansa? Dito ay nagpulong muli ang mga pinuno ng mga bansang kaanib ng Allied Forces at ng Central Powers. Ito ay sa pangunguna ni President Woodrow Wilson ng United States of America noong 1919. Ang nasabing pagpupulong ay ginanap sa palasyo ng Versailles. Ito ay dinaluhan ng halos 32 countries na ang layunin ay magkaroon ng kasunduan na siyang tuluyang magpapahinto sa digmaan. Kabilang sa mga nagsipadalong pinuno ay ang mga sumusunod. Ang una ay si George Clemenceau mula sa France, si David Lloyd George ng Great Britain, at si Vittorio Orlando ng bansang Italy. Ayon sa kasunduan ng Versailles, ang Germany ang pangunahing may responsibilidad sa pagkakaroon ng digmaan. Kaya pinatawan ng matinding parusa ang bansang Germany, katulad ng pagkawala ng mga teritoryo nito at pagbabayad nila ng malaking halaga bilang bayad pinsala sa naidulot ng digmaan. Ang kasunduan sa Versailles ay naglalaman ng 14 na puntos ni President Woodrow Wilson. Ano nga ba yung 14 na puntos na yon? Ating isa-isahin ang 6 sa 14 na ito. Una, ang kasunduan sa Versailles ay sumisimbolo o naglalayon na magkaroon ng katapusan ng lihim na pakikipag-ugnayan ang mga bansa sa ibang bansa. Tigil kampihan laban sa mga kaaway. Pangalawa, laman ng kasunduan ng Versailles ay ang kalayaan sa karagatan, lalo na ang ruta ng kalakalan. Pangatlo ay ang pagbabago ng mga hangganan ng bansa at ang paglutas sa suliranin ng mga kolonya na ayon sa sarili kagustuhan ng mga mamamayan. Pang-apat ay ang pagbabawas ng taripa o yung buwis na ipinapataw sa mga produktong inaangkat. Pang-5 ay ang pagbabawas ng mga armas at pang-6 ay ang pagbuo ng tinatawag nating League of Nations o ang liga ng mga bansa. Ito ay 6 lamang sa 14 na napag-usapan na laman ng kasunduan sa Versailles. Ngayon ay dumako tayo sa Liga ng mga Bansa or League of Nations. Isa sa mga puntos ni President Woodrow Wilson ay ang pagkakaroon ng pandaigdigang samahan ng mga bansa. Ang pangunahing layunin nito ay upang masolusyonan ang anumang hindi pagkakaintindihan sa pagitan ng mga bansa. Ngayon ay isa-isahin natin ano nga ba yung ilan sa mga nilalaman ng kasunduan na ito. Ano nga ba ang purpose ng League of Nations? Bakit ito naisagawa? Bakit ito nagawa? Una, merong League of Nations upang maiwasan ang digmaan. Nabuo ang League of Nations upang maprotektahan ang mga kasaping bansa mula sa panunalakay ng ibang mga bansa. Nandiyan din ang League of Nations upang malutas ang mga usapin o issue at hindi pagkakaunawaan ng mga kasaping bansa. Pang-apat, purpose ng League of Nations ay mapalaganap ang pandaigdigang pagtutulungan. At panlima, mapalaganap ang mga kasunduang pangkapayapaan. Ang mga nabanggit pong limang ito ay ang layunin ng pagkakatatag ng League of Nations na hanggang sa kasalukuyan ay naisasagawa pa. Ngayon ay atin namang alamin, ano nga ba ang mga naging epekto ng World War I? Meron tayong 4. Ang una ay ang pagkamatay ng maraming mamamayan. Tinatay ang humigit kumulang sa 8.5 million na mga katao ang namatay sa digmaan mula taong 1914 hanggang 1918, habang 22 million naman ang mga sugatan. Kapwa nagdusa at namatay ang karamihan sa mga sibilyan o ordinaryong tao at mga sundalo dahil na rin sa pagkagutom at pagkakaroon ng mga karamdaman dulot ng World War I. Pangalawang epekto nito ay ang pagkasira ng mga kabuhayan sa Europa. Ito ay nagdulot, o ang World War I ay nagdulot ng matinding pagkagutom at pagkasira ng mga ari-arian, kung saan dito naapektuhan ang mga kalakalan, ang pagsasaka, at iba pang pinagkukunan ng kabuhayan ng mga tao. Tinatayang nasa $200 bilyong ang kabuang halaga ng naapektuhang gawain na may kinalaman sa ekonomiko. Pangatlong epekto ng World War I ay ang pagbabago sa kalagayang pampolitika sa Europa at iba pang bahagi ng mundo. Dito nagkahiwalay ang Austria-Hungary at mga bansang Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Finland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia at Albania, na kung saan ang mga sumusunod na nabanggit nating mga lugar ay naging malayang mga bansa. Nagwakas din ang 4 na imperyo sa Europe, ang Hohenzollern sa Germany, ang Habsburg sa Austria-Hungary, ang Romanov sa bansang Russia, at ang Ottoman sa Turkey. At ang aking tatlong nabanggit na ito ay ang mga naging epekto ng World War I. Ano nga bang mga naging epekto ng World War I? Muli natin isa-isahin. Number 1, pagkamatay ng maraming mamamayan. Number 2, pagkasira ng mga kabuhayan sa Europa. Number 3, pagbabago sa kalagayang pampolitika sa Europa at iba pang bahagi ng mundo. Ngayon ay ating gawin ang susunod na gawain. Alright, so ang ating gawain number 2 ay thumbs up at thumbs down. Narito ang panuto. Pakinggang mabuti ang bawat pahayag na aking babasahin o inyong mababasa sa inyong mga screen. Okay? Gawin natin ang thumbs up kung ang pahayag ay naganap noong World War I. Ibig sabihin, kung sa tingin ninyo ay nangyari ang pahayag na ito noong World War I, thumbs up. Kung hindi naman naganap ang pangyayaring ito na babasahin ko sa World War I, okay, gagawin natin ang thumbs down. Ready? Good. Okay, umpisahan natin sa number 1. Naglunsad ang Germany ng isang unrestricted warfare. Ito ba ay naging bahagi ng World War I? Yes. Thumbs up. Number 2. Naitatag ang United Nations sa pagtatapos ng World War I. Correct answer is? Okay. Thumbs up. Okay, naitatag ang League of Nations, ang Liga ng mga Bansa. Next one, number 3, pinirmahan ang kasunduan sa Versailles. Ito ay, okay, thumbs up. Okay? Okay, class, balikan natin yung number 2. Naitatag ang United Nations sa pagtatapos ng digmaan. Napansin niyo ba kung ano yung bagay na dapat nating balikan sa pangusap na ito? Kanina, thumbs up, pero ang sagot dyan ay thumbs down. Bakit? Meron tayong panglitong salita dyan, United Nations, hindi United Nations, kundi League of Nations ang naitatag after World War I. Ayos? Okay, number 4. Nilagdaan ni Kaiser Wilhelm ang armistice. Ang answer is thumbs up. Number 5. Isa sa mga puntos ng Treaty of Versailles ay ang pagbuo ng League of Nations. Number 5 is very good. Thumbs up. Next number tayo, number 6. Pinalubog ng Germany ang barkong Lusitania. Thumbs up. Very good. Number 7. Sinubukan ng kampo ng British na sakupin ng Dardanelles Strait. Answer dyan ay tama. Thumbs up. Alright, next number 8. Nabuo ang alyansa sa pagitan ng France, Britain, at Germany. Thumbs? Okay, thumbs down. Right. Number 9, nagdulot ang digmaan ng pagkamatay ng maraming mamamayan. Walang iba kundi thumbs up. At ang pinakahuling bilang ay pinaslang ni Gavrilo Princip ang mag-asawang sina Franz Ferdinand at ang kanyang asawa. Okay, thumbs up. Alright. Very good sa mga nakakuha ng mataas na score. Sa mga hindi naman ay meron pa tayong susunod na gawain. Ang gawain number 2 natin ay ang reflection. Ito ang inyong gagawin. Ang mga sumusunod na pahayag na inyong makita sa inyong screen o aking babasahin ay binanggit ng mga pinunong nakilala, okay, noong World War I. Ngayon, ang gagawin ninyo, magbigay o umisip kayo ng isang sariling paliwanag sa kahulugan ng bawat pahayag sa pamamagitan ng pag-uugnay nito sa ating tinalakay na paksa. So, i-reflect natin ano ba ang meaning para sa inyo ng mga linya ng mga pinunong nakilala ng World War I. Okay, so ang una ay narito. Sinabi ni Woodrow Wilson, Pangulong Woodrow Wilson, ang United States ay lumahok sa digmaan upang gawing mapayapa ang mundo para sa demokrasya. So yan po ay binanggit ni Woodrow Wilson. Marahil ay naisip ninyo na ang pahayag na ito ay nangangahulugang pagnanais ng US na palaganapin ang kapayapaan sa pagitan ng mga bansa at pagpapalawak ng demokrasya sa loob at labas ng Europa. Marahil ay naisip ng bagay na doon. Number 2. Ito naman ay nagmula kay Otto von Bismarck ng Germany. Sabi niya, ang mga alitan ay dapat daw nalutasin, hindi sa pamagitan ng komprehensya, kundi sa pamagitan ng dugo at bakal. Yan ay ayon kay Otto von. Ano kaya ang ibig sabihin nito? Maaari ay naisip ninyo na mga salita o siya ay gumamit ng mga salitang may simbolikong kahulugan, dugo at bakal, na maaari ay pinangahulugan na malulutas lamang ang alitan sa pamagitan ng isang striktong konstitusyon at striktong pagpapatupad dito sa gitna ng ng mga bansang kasangkot sa alitan. No? Marahil naisip nyo rin ang bagay niyo. Okay, last one. Ito ay nagmula naman kay Edward Grey, isang British liberal statesman. Sabi niya, lahat ng ilawan sa Europe ay nawalan ng liwanag at hindi natin makikita ang kanilang pagkilaw na muli sa loob ng mahabang panahon. Okay, so dito gumamit din siya ng simbolikong kahulugan, no? Kung saan gumamit siya ng word na ilawan na maaring tumutukoy sa pagsiklab ng alitan sa pagitan ng mga bansa noong World War I. Nasabi rito na siya namang naapula nang matapos ang digmaan. Okay? So I think hindi nyo man naisulat o na-type yan sa ating comment section dahil napakahaba. ito ay alam ko na pumasok sa inyong isipan. And nice job for that. Alright, so matagumpay na naman natin natapos ang ating talakayan ngayong araw na ito. Sana'y huwag ninyong kalilimutan ang mahalagang leksyon na inyong natutunan ngayong araw at ibahagi sa iba. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginoong Charlie M. Peralta, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan tungo sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli, paalam.
Para sa'yo, ano ang COVID-19?
Virus.
Malungkot.
Pagkawala. Pandemya.
Ito ay isang korupsyon. Ito ay isang pahirap.
COVID-19 para kanyak kat peligro.
Sa nga pandemic, makurit nga magka-pandemic kaya makaradlok ito nga sakit halimbawa sugod ito ng virus na nakasulod na aton, delikado ito parte ang mga tao.
Pandemic, ngayon para kumbaga dapat ito nga distruso habang sa kalibutan.
Ikaw, paano ka makakatulong?
Para makuha natin ito nga mga pandemic, kinakailangan po protocol, social distancing, nganhin, may face mask.
Make sure na itamang prepare nga food, naka-guidelines siyahan cleanliness, tapos pinapalo na mo itong social distancing.
So kada kung driver ako, nagtong kami mga barrier para sa motor para proteksyon gihapon, birila para kung pati nga tatakong pamilya.
Makatulong nga maiwasan iti COVID-19, iti pamamagitan iti pagsunod ko, iti health protocol kan hanak arumwa DJ Balaymi. Sa gagayam ni Peter Amigable, salamat.
Alam niyo ba, ang Balanggiga Bells ay kinuha ng mga sundalong Amerikano bilang war trophies pagkatapos ng Balanggiga Massacre noong 1901? Matapos ang 117 years, na ibalik ng US noong December 11, 2018 ang iconic church bells sa Pilipinas. Ang church bells na ito ay naglalarawan ng kalayaan, katapangan, at pananampalataya ng mga Pilipino. Alam niyo na! Yan ang Balanggiga Bells.
Ang dagdag na 2 taon sa high school ay malaking bahagi ng programang K-12 sa ating bansa. Pinag-aralan ng mabuti ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon o DepEd ang nilalaman at paraan ng pagkatuto sa 2 taong ito na tinatawag ngayong senior high school. Sa pamamagitan ng senior high school, tinitiyak ng DepEd ang kalidad ng edukasyon na may malinaw na patutunguhan anuman ang iyong pag-aralan. May 15 core, 7 applied at 9 na specialized subjects ang senior high school. Sa kabuuan, may 31 subjects ang senior high school. Katumbas ito ng 4 na semestre na may 2 quarter bawat semestre. Ang mga paksa sa bawat aralin ay mahalaga upang maihanda ang mga mag-aaral sa 4 na curriculum exit gaya ng kolehiyo, trabaho, middle-level skills development at negosyo. Kahit anong track ang piliin ng isang mag-aaral, maaari siyang magpatuloy sa alinman sa 4 na posibleng curriculum exit. Mayroong 4 na track ang senior high school. 1. Academic track. 2. Technical Vocational Livelihood track. 3. Arts and Design track. At 4. Sports track. Mahalagang tandaan na hindi lahat ng paaralan ay kumpleto ng lahat ng tracks at strands. Kailangang suriing mabuti ng mga magulang at mag-aaral kung anong track o strand ang mayroon sa kanilang lugar na naaayon sa iba't ibang konsiderasyon gaya ng hilig, interes, kakayahan na mag-aaral at marami pang iba. makipag-ugnayan sa pinakamalapit na senior high school sa inyong lugar upang malaman ang kanilang ino-offer na tracks at strands. Upang matulungan ang mga mag-aaral na maunawaan ang pagpaplano sa kanilang hinaharap, ang Department of Education ay naglunsad ng Homeroom Guidance, kung saan nakapaloob ang Career Development Domain. Tumutulong itong mahubog ang mga mahalagang kaalaman, kasanayan, pag-uugali at pagbubuo ng mga plano at desisyon para sa kanilang buhay. Kung kayo ay may mga katanungan o paglilinaw tungkol sa senior high school tracks and strands, maaari kayong makipag-ugnayan sa inyong career guidance advocate o guidance counselor. Hangad namin ang inyong tagumpay.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral Tarlacenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCPC
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac. Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Welcome to Aral Tarlacenyo, here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, and on RTV Tarlac Facebook Live. Also seen live via Channel 100 of Converge Cable TV. How are you today, my dear grade 8 students? Well, I may not see the smiles on your faces, but I do feel your excitement. Yes, your excitement in learning new skills today. Have you taken your snacks already? If you already did, then you are now alert and all set to our discussion. I am very happy to know that you are tuned in today, listening and willing to learn, especially in carpentry, grade 8 students. This is Teacher Jane Elaine S. Pineda, your teacher broadcaster, broadcasting live from Benigno S. Aquino National High School, Concepcion, Tarlac. I will be with you within the next 20 to 25 minutes, so please stay focused and enjoy this day while learning. To start with, I want you to prepare your learning materials, find a comfortable spot to study, make sure you are away from any form of distraction, listen carefully and attentively, and of course, don't forget your pen and paper for answering or for note-taking. Are you ready? To begin with, let us first have a recall to find out if you can still remember our previous lesson. Last session, we discussed about the different materials used in carpentry. For me to check if you really understood our lesson last time, let us have an activity. What you need to do, class, is to identify the materials used in carpentry by completing the missing letters. You will be given 5 seconds to figure out the answer for every item. You can type in your answer in the comment section via Facebook live streaming, or you can just write your answers on a piece of paper. Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. Here's the first one. Do you still remember what material is this? This material is a collective term for harvested wood, whether cut into logs, heavy timbers, and members, that is used in light frame construction and consists of 6 letters. What do you think, class, is this material? Yes, you got it right. The answer is lumber. Question number 2. What material is this? It is made of metal, used for fastening wood, and it is consists of 5 letters. What do you think, class, is this material? That's right. The answer is nails. Here's the next picture. This material is a powdered substance which, when mixed with water, acts as binder of aggregate, and it is consists of 6 letters. What do you think, class, is this material? That's right. The answer is cement. Now, for the 4th one, what material is this? It is a fine, gritty substance which is found in shore and desert, and it is consists of 4 letters. Very good! That's correct. The answer is sand. For the last item, what do you think, class, is this material? It is a panel-shaped wood-based material made from several thin layers of wood, and it is consists of 7 letters. Very good! The answer is plywood. Good job, my dear grade 8 learners. I am glad to know that you still remember our lesson last meeting. And it shows that you really learned something from it. And now, are you ready and excited to move on with our next lesson? Our next lesson is about the different tools used in carpentry. I repeat, our topic is all about the different tools used in carpentry. This lesson is taken from the most essential learning competencies in technology and livelihood education being taught in grade 8, learning outcome number 1, which is entitled Identify Materials and Tools for a Task. In this lesson, you are expected to, number 1, identify the different tools used in carpentry. Number 2, explain the different functions of tools used in carpentry. And number 3, appreciate the importance of each tool in performing carpentry tasks. Now that you know our lesson objectives, I want you to listen carefully and attentively as we go on with our lesson. Are you ready for the next topic? That's great! Do you have any idea what is a tool? A tool is any instrument or simple piece of equipment that you hold in your hands and is used to do a particular kind of work. Unlike materials, tools are non-consumable. We can use them for a long period of time as long as we can still use them and they are still working properly. Now class, let me ask you something. Do you think tools are important? So why tools are very important in construction works? Yes, tools are indeed very important in construction works because they are primarily used to put things together or to take them apart. They are used in constructing our homes, offices, school buildings, timber bridges, and many more. Now, let's discuss the different tools used in carpentry. So here are some of the basic tools that a carpenter must have. For the first tool, we have a tri-square. A tri-square generally consists of two parts. We have the handle and the blade. The blade is the longer portion, usually made of metal, and the handle, on the other hand, consists of wood, plastic, or metal. It is used to test the squareness of a stock. Next is the pull-push rule. This tool is used for measuring short and long distances. It is also known as flexible rule and carpenter's best friend. You can do a project accurately without this tool. For the third one, we have plumb bob. A plumb bob is a weight with a pointed tip on the bottom that's hung from a string, used for vertical alignment. A plumb bob is useful in establishing vertical for a wall construction or a door jamb when hanging a door. Next, we have the level bar. A level bar is a tool used in checking vertical and horizontal alignment. It consists of a small glass tube containing alcohol or small liquid and an air bubble. The tube is sealed and fixed horizontally in a wooden or metallic block or frame with a smooth lower surface. Then, we have the cross-cut saw. A cross-cut saw is designed for cutting wood across the grain. Cross-cut saws may be small or large, with small teeth close together for fine work like woodworking, or large coarse work like log bucking, and can be a hand tool or a power tool. Next, we have rip saw. It is used for cutting along the grain. Its teeth are spaced 3 to 5 teeth per inch, and because a rip saw's teeth are wider than those of the cross-cut saw, it can slice through wood like a chisel. The final cut of a rip saw is rough, and the wood has to be sanded to its final measurement. The next tool is chisel. It is a tool used for carving, cutting, and shaping hard materials such as wood, stone, or metal. It is one of the most common tools in carpentry used to shape wood. Due to the sharpness of the tip, it requires careful handling because it can cause injury in a small mistake or carelessness. Lastly, we have a claw hammer. A claw hammer is a hammer primarily used in carpentry for driving or pulling them from wood. A claw hammer is a versatile tool. It can be used for general carpentry, framing, cabinet making, assembling furniture, upholstery, finishing, riveting, bending or shaping metal, striking masonry drill, and steel chisels. The claw hammer seems to be simple in concept, but it has many uses that make them useful tools around the house or worksite. Thank you for listening attentively, my dear students. Were you able to get all the tools? Okay, that's great. Now, let's have a short recap of what we have discussed. What are the different tools used in carpentry? Can you name them? Very good! These are the different tools we use in carpentry. First, we have tri-square. It is used to test the squareness of a stock. Next is pull-push rule. It is used for measuring short and long distances. Then, we have plumb bob, which is used for vertical alignment. Next, we have level bar. It is a tool used in checking vertical and horizontal alignment. Then, cross-cut saw, which is designed for cutting wood across the grade. Next tool is rip saw. It is used in cutting along the grade. Then, we have chisel. It is a hand tool used for carving, cutting, and shaping hard materials such as wood, stone, or metal. Lastly, we have the claw hammer, which is a type of hammer primarily used in carpentry for driving or pulling out of nails. Now, my dear learners, what are the importance of tools used in carpentry? Yes, you're right. Tools are very important in construction works. They are primarily used to put things together or to take them apart. They are used in constructing our homes, offices, school buildings, timber bridges, and many more. Now, to check if you really understood our lesson, let us have a short quiz. Are you ready? I shall give the instructions for our quiz. Listen carefully and attentively. I will read each question twice. From the choices given, choose the letter of the correct answer. For you to participate, you can type in your answers in the comment section of our Facebook live stream, or you can just write your answers on a piece of paper. Are the instructions clear to you, class? Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. Question number 1. Which tool is used for measuring short and long distances? Choices are letter A, tri-square, letter B, plumb bob, letter C, pull-push rule, or letter D, level bar. I repeat, which tool is used for measuring short and long distances? Choices are letter A, tri-square, letter B, plumb bob, letter C, pull-push rule, or letter D, level bar. The correct answer is letter C, pull-push rule. Question number 2. Which tool is used in checking vertical and horizontal alignment? Choices are letter A, level bar, letter B, claw hammer, letter C, plumb bob, or letter D, chisel. Again, which tool is used in checking vertical and horizontal alignment? Letter A, level bar, letter B, claw hammer, letter C, plumb bob, or letter D, chisel. If you answered letter A, level bar, you are correct. Question number 3. Which tool is used to test the squareness of a stock? Choices are letter A, claw hammer, letter B, pull-push rule, letter C, chisel, or letter D, tri-square. Once again, which tool is used to test the squareness of a stock? Letter A, claw hammer, letter B, pull-push rule, Letter C, chisel, or letter D, tri-square. The correct answer is letter D, tri-square. Let's continue. Question number 4. Which tool is used for driving and pulling out nails? Choices are letter A, plumb bob, letter B, claw hammer, letter C, cross-cut saw, or letter D, chisel. I repeat, which tool is used for driving and pulling out nails? Choices are letter A, plumb bob, letter B, claw hammer, letter C, cross-cut saw, or letter D, chisel. If you answered letter B, claw hammer, you are correct. Question number 5. Which tool is used for cutting wood across the grain? Choices are letter A, cross-cut saw, letter B, chisel, letter C, level bar, or letter D, rip saw. Again, which tool is used for cutting wood across the grain? Choices are letter A, cross-cut saw, letter B, chisel, letter C, level bar, or letter D, rip saw. The correct answer is letter A, cross-cut saw. Count the number of checks and I hope you got all the answers correctly. For those who got 5, great job! It is clear that you listened attentively. For those who got 4, keep up the good work. For those who got 3, you still did a good job. For those who got 2, 1 and 0, don't feel bad. Kindly review your compendium of notes and I do hope you will do better next time. And that completes our discussion for today. But before I end up, allow me first to answer some queries raised by our viewers and listeners. I have a question here from Marilyn Sofia Solan. Her question goes like this. Why is it important for us to use appropriate tool? This is such an interesting question, Sophia. Each tool is precisely designed for a specific purpose. So choosing the correct tool will decrease the amount of effort required to get the job done right, without causing any damage to either the equipment or surface being worked on. I have another question here from Faith Arcilia. What are the possible effects of using damaged or defective tool in carpentry? Hello, Faith! When we use defective or damaged tool in carpentry, the possibility of injury to ourselves or people working around us increases. If a tool is defective in some way, you should not use it for the safety of everyone. I have one more question from Dexter Aquino. What are some techniques to do to prolong the quality of our tools? Hi Dexter! To prolong the quality of our tools, we must remember that after we use them, we need to clean and store them properly. Inasmuch as I would like to answer all your queries, unfortunately, we do not have enough time. Instead, I will be very much willing to answer all your questions either via text message with my cell phone number 0951-163-2458. Again, 0951-163-2458. Or you can chat me via private message. That's it for today. Thank you for listening, and I hope that you learned a lot today. Always remember that it is essential to have good tools, but it is also essential that the tools should be used in the right way. Once again, this is Teacher Jacqueline S. Pineda from Benigno and Sakino National High School, saying, in TLE, we aim for skills, knowledge, and progress. Have a great day, everyone. Take care, and God bless us all.
Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad, serbisyong may halaga, saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Ano mang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May na-miss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the Professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Ang ASEAN New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, Kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we Tarlaceños are the stewards of this bounty.
Alam niyo ba na ang 2014 Philippine Basketball Marathon ay ang pinakamahabang basketball match ayon sa Guinness World of Records? Ang laro ay naganap mula March 24 hanggang March 29, 2014 sa Meralco Gym sa Pasig at tumagal ng 120 hours. Ang marathon na ito ay isang fundraising event para sa mga biktima ng bagyong Yolanda. Alam nyo na, yan ang longest basketball match.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral Tarlac Henyo
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Borok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Capas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Hello everyone! Good afternoon, especially to all grade 8 students. Welcome to Aral Tarlac Henyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ, Radio Pilipino Tarlac. I am Sir Michael Garcia, your teacher broadcaster for Music Grade 8, live broadcasting at Balayang Victoria Tarlac. Join me as we learn together in this 25 minutes of meaningful discussion. I just want to tell some gentle reminders. Make sure that you are in the most comfortable place while tuning into our live stream, television, and radio station. Also, make sure that you have a copy of your learning module and learning activity sheet in grade 8 music for 4th quarter to better understand our lesson for today. Today's episode is the first lesson among the 3 Asian musical theaters for Music 8 Quarter 4. Last Tuesday, Ma'am Pearly Obiena discussed the overview of the 3 Asian musical theaters, Kabuki of Japan, Wayang Kulit of Indonesia, and Peking Opera of China. Each form has its unique artistic approach that is rooted in their culture. As we are about to begin the discussion, get your self-learning module and learning activity sheet with a clean sheet of paper and ball pen. Now that you are ready, let's get started. Remember, your learning task for today. At the end of the lesson, you should be able to identify musical characteristics of Asian musical theater Peking Opera through video filmed or live performances, and describe the instruments that accompany Peking Opera. Let us recall what you have learned about Asian musical theater by answering a simple activity. Read each statement carefully. Write through if the statement is correct and false if the statement is wrong. Are you ready? Let's start. Number 1. Theater arts is a collaborative form of the fine art that uses live performers to present the experience of a real or imagined event before a live audience in a specific place. What is your answer? If your answer is true, you are correct. Number 2. Kabuki is a Japanese traditional theater art that is performed in a stylized manner which combines singing, acting, and dancing. What is your answer? If your answer is true, you are correct. Number 3. Wayang Kulit is a classical form of Chinese performance art which combines music of Chinese instruments, singing, miming, dancing, and history. What is your answer? If your answer is false, you are correct. Number 4. Peking opera refers to the art of Indonesian puppet theater, which originated in Java and now widely known all over the world. What is your answer? If your answer is false, you are correct. Number 5. Combat is one of the needed skills in Peking opera. What is your answer? If your answer is true, you are correct. Did you get everything correctly? Perfect. Now you are ready to learn more about Asian musical theater. Before we proceed to our lesson today, let's have first our pretest to assess what you have already know about the lesson. In your learning activity sheet, activity 1, identify the following terms being described by unscrambling the jumbled words or letters, Write your answer on the blank, or you may comment your answer on the comment section on our RTV Tarlac FB Live. Number 1, NCAHI. This country, known for their traditional theater art, are regarded as one of their cultural treasures. What is your answer? If your answer is China, you are correct. Number 2, NGIKEPAREOP. A traditional art form which combines music, vocal performance, pantomime, dance, and acrobatics. What is your answer? If your answer is Peking opera, you are correct. 3, SNGEH. Peking opera's main role. What is your answer? If your answer is Sheng, you are correct. Number 4, AND. It refers to any female role in Peking opera. What is your answer? If your answer is Dan, you are correct. And number 5, BATMOC. One of the main skills of Peking opera performers that they utilize wherein it concerns with acrobatics and fighting with all manner of weaponry. What is your answer? If your answer is combat, you are correct. What is your score for this activity? If you got all the correct answers, very good. If you did not get them all correctly, do not worry, because this episode will help you learn more. Today, we will talk about the Asian musical theater, Peking opera, or Beijing opera of China. You know, theater arts is one of the standard traditions of the people in Asia, particularly in Japan and China. This kind of theater was transmitted from generation to generation. It mirrors or reflects life. Its key principle is selectivity. Through various sorts of theater art, a particular form can convey clarity of story, order, and wonder, which is rarely found in ordinary life. Asian countries are rich in music, and genres vary from one country to another. This indicates the actors and actresses ignite communicating through musical theater. Would you like to know the styles of one of the 3 countries in Asia? If so, let us visit the first country. China is known for their traditional theater art form, the Peking opera, or Beijing opera, which combines music, vocal performance, pantomime, dance, and acrobatics. It started in the late 18th century and became fully developed and recognized by the mid-19th century. During the Qing Dynasty court, it became extremely popular and came to be regarded as one of the cultural treasures of China. Pupils were often handpicked at a young age by a teacher and trained for 7 years on contract from the child's parents. After 1911, training took place in more formally organized schools. Students at these schools rose as early as 5 o'clock in the morning exercises, and daytime was spent learning skills of acting in combat, and senior students performed in outside theaters in the evening. Let's go to the characters and roles. The roles in Peking opera are differentiated into fixed character types. Sheng, or male role, Dan, female role, Jing, painted faces, and Chu, male counts. Different singing and acting techniques gave birth to various schools. Each type and character has its own set of performance conventions. First one, the Sheng. This is the main role in Peking opera, and which has numerous subtypes. First, we have Lao Sheng, a dignified older role. These characters have a gentle and cultivated disposition and wear sensible costumes. Next, Xiao Sheng. Actors are often involved with beautiful women by virtue of the handsome and young image they project. Next, Wu Sheng. It is a material character for roles involving combat, and they are highly trained in acrobatics and have natural voice when singing. Okay, now let's have Dan. Dan, it refers to any female role in Peking opera, and there are 5 kinds. Number 1, the Lao Dan, an old woman. Number 2, Wu Dan, a martial woman. 3, Dao Ma Dan, a young female warrior. Number 4, King Yi, an elite virtuous woman. And number 5, Hua Dan, an unmarried vivacious woman. So a troupe will have a young Dan to play main roles as well as an older Dan for secondary parts. Next is Jing. Jing is painted face male role who plays either primary or secondary roles. This type of role entails a forceful character, which means that a Jing actor must have a strong voice and be able to exaggerate gestures. The red color denotes loyalty and goodness, white denotes evil, and black denotes integrity. Chu, a male clown that usually plays secondary roles. Chu, meaning ugly, reflects the traditional belief that the clown's ugliness and laughter could drive away evil spirits. When it comes to the visual performance elements, Peking opera performers utilize 4 main skills, such as the following: song, speech, dance acting or pure dance, pantomime and other types of dances, and combat or acrobatics and fighting with all manner of weaponry. Now let's have a review on Peking opera's facial makeup colors and their meanings. Color black means fierceness and roughness. Color blue means fierceness, loyalty, and sharpness. Color green means impulsive, stubbornness, and violence. Purple means cool-headedness, sophistication, and uprightness. For color red means bravery, courage, devotion, uprightness, and loyalty. Reddish purple or magenta means just and nobility. For white means craftiness, dangerousness, and suspiciousness. And for yellow means ambition, cool-headedness, and fierceness. Next, Xiaohulian, it is a small patch of chalk on around the nose. So the clowns of traditional drama who wears this special makeup show any mean and secretive character. In terms of the aesthetic aims and principal movement, the highest aim of performers in Peking opera is to put beauty into every motion. So the art forms, gestures, settings, music, and character types are determined by long-held conventions. Conventions of movement include the following: walking in a large circle always symbolizes traveling a long distance. Next, a character straightening his or her costume and headdress symbolizes that an important character is about to speak. Next, pantomimic is the opening and closing of the doors and mounting and descending of the stairs. And for the staging and costumes, in Peking opera, audiences are given great room for imagination. The props traditionally included only a table and 2 chairs. First, the stage. Stages are composed of square platforms. Action on stage is usually visible from at least 3 sides. Stages were built above the line of sight of the viewers. but some modern stages have been constructed with higher audience divided into two parts by an embroidered curtain called shuju. Costumes. Singtu, popularly known as Sifu, in Chinese origins of Peking opera. Costumes can be tracked back to mid-14th century. They enable the audience to distinguish a character's sex and status at first glance, if noble or humble, civilian or military, officials or private citizens, give expressions to sharp distinctions between of good and evil or loyal and wicked characters. Costumes, oblong wings or cheesy, attached to a gauze hat indicated a loyal official. In contrast, a corrupt official is made to wear a gauze hat with rhomboidal wing. Props. The play utilizes very few props, will almost always have a table and at least one chair, which can be turned to convention into such diverse objects as city wall, a mountain, or a bed. A whip is used to indicate a horse and an oar symbolizes a boat. And performers, they immediately move to the center north upon entering the stage. So all characters enter from the east and exit from the west. Musicians or orchestra. They are visible to the audience on the front part of the stage. When it comes to the musical instruments, there are two divisions of musical instruments in the Peking opera. Okay? The wenchang is mainly there to accompany the singing of the actors and actresses. It features musical instruments such as jinghu, the yechin, and the pipa. The wuchang is there to accompany the acting, dancing, and fighting. In wenchang, it features musical instruments such as jinghu, the yechin, and the pipa. The jinghu is a bowed spiked lute chordophone of the Han Chinese. It is known by the general term huqin, which refers to string instruments in general, though most often fiddles. The jinghu is differentiated from the erhu by its silk rather than steel strings. Next, the yechin is a flat box lute chordophone of the Han Chinese, known to the English-speaking world as the moon lute. Its name derives from the characters for moon, yu, and string instrument, qin. The pipa has 4 strings on a pear-shaped body and fretted neck. It is played by plucking and strumming much like a guitar, but is held upright with bass on the lap and the neck at the player's shoulder. So the pipa or Chinese lute is an ancient instrument that is both elegant and playful, charming and adaptable to both traditional and modern sounds. Now, before we end our session, let's watch this Peking opera performance of China. That concludes our discussion. Now let us generalize the lesson. Number one, China is known for the traditional theater art form, the Peking opera or Beijing opera, which combines music for the traditional vocal performance, pantomime, dance, and acrobatics. Number two, characters and roles in Peking opera, Sheng, Dan, Jing, and Chu. 3. Visual performance elements, Peking opera performers utilize 4 main skills such as the following: song, speech, dance, acting, and combat. Number 4. Aesthetic aims and principal movement. The highest aim of performers in Peking opera is to put beauty into every motion. Number 5. Staging, costumes, and props are very important for the Peking opera performance. For musicians and orchestra, they're visible to the audience on the front of the part of the stage. And 7, there are 2 divisions of musical instruments in Peking opera, the wenchang and the wuchang. So it features musical instruments such as jinghu, the yetchin, and the pipa. Now, pay attention to the second activity in the learning activity sheet and get ready with your pen. Identify musical characteristics of musical or Asian musical theater Peking opera. Use the link below for your guide. And for letter B, fill in the table of the appropriate answers in each column. Describe the instruments that accompany Peking opera. Dear grade 8 learners, if you have questions and clarifications in our lesson, you can send your questions on my Facebook Messenger Just search Michael Carino Garcia, or you may ask your math teacher. 25 minutes of appreciating the Peking Opera of China has been concluded. I hope you learned a lot today. I hope all of you had a great time and enjoyed our lesson. That's all for today. Happy listening and always take care and God bless. Again, I am Sir Michael C. Garcia, your music grade 8 anchor teacher, signing off.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral Tarlacenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCPC
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniquit, Tarlac. Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantoc, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral Tarlacenyo every Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral Tarlacenyo.
It's a nice afternoon today, and I welcome you all to Aral Tarlacenyo through RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC 828 kHz Radio Filipino Tarlac. We are also live via Converge Cable TV Channel 100. Today, we shall have another exciting lesson in English for all grade 9 learners out there. I am Teacher Mary Joy P. Bait, your teacher broadcaster for this hour, and I am here to give you this remote live broadcast all the way from Moncada, Tarlac. Good afternoon also to all my fellow teachers who are watching right now, to our friends, parents, and guardians who are with us on the radio, TV, and Facebook live stream. So, grade 9 learners, are you ready? I'm sure you are. Let's begin. First, let's make sure that you are ready for listening, together with the things that you need. What are these? A comfortable and quiet area of your home, your activity sheets, and of course, your paper and pen for taking down notes. Before we start our lesson, let us first recall what topic sentence is by answering the following activity. Your task is to choose the topic sentence in column B that sums up the main claim of the passage or of the picture in column A. Circle the letter of your answer. Let's have number 1. The passage says, a review of 46 studies of motorcycle helmets and helmet loss reported that every study comparing helmeted and non-helmeted crash victims found that helmeted riders had lower fatality rates, ranging from 28% to 7% lower. Now, which of these choices sums up the main claim of the passage? A. According to research, helmeted riders had lower fatality rates. B. The government should impose stricter rules for motorcycle riders. C. Wearing a helmet is a must for motorcycle riders. What do you think is the correct answer? You're right. It is letter C. Why? Letter A is a part of a supporting detail, while letter C is a reinforcement of the main claim. Let's take a look at number 2. The advertisement says, tobacco smoke causes fatal lung disease in non-smokers. Which among the choices do you think gives an appropriate main claim for the advertisement? A. Smoking cigarettes can cause lung problems. B. Scientific findings and research show that the chemicals in cigarettes, apart from the smoke, can lead to health problems such as lung cancer. C. Despite warnings, some people still do not mind that smoking can harm their health. And the correct answer is letter A. Good job, learners! Why is letter A the correct answer? It is because letter B states an evidence, while letter C simply introduces the topic or the context. Now that you have recalled how topic sentence works for stating and expressing a claim, let us now study on how we can justify our main claim. Let us take note of the following. We have here a short paragraph that says, all birds have feathers. All robins are birds. Therefore, robins have feathers. Let us identify which among the sentences of the paragraph is a general statement or a claim, an example or evidence, and a confirmation of the claim. Which sentence do you think is the general statement or a claim? That's right. The first sentence is the general statement or the claim. Which sentence do you think states the example of evidence of the claim? Very good. The second sentence states the evidence of the main claim. Finally, what does the last sentence state? Exactly. The last sentence states a confirmation of the main claim. Such method in justifying a claim is called deductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning starts with a general statement, hypothesis, or claim, then followed by evidences that support it. Evidences may be in the form of reasons, facts, statistics, examples, statements from experts, quotations, etc. Deductive reasoning is one way that you can use in justifying a claim in making arguments. Let us have another example. Acute angles are less than 90 degrees. This angle is 40 degrees, so it must be an acute angle. Which sentence do you think is the general statement or a claim? That's right! Acute angles are less than 90 degrees is the general statement or the claim. Which sentence do you think states the example or evidence of the claim? Very good! This angle is 40 degrees states the example or evidence. Finally, which sentence states the confirmation of the claim? Exactly! It must be an acute angle states the confirmation of the main claim. Let us have one more example. Elephants have cells in their bodies, and cells have DNA. Therefore, elephants have DNA. Which sentence do you think is the general statement or a claim? That's right! Elephants have cells in their bodies is the general statement or the claim. Which sentence do you think states the example or evidence of the claim? Very good! Cells have DNA states the example or evidence. Lastly, which sentence states the confirmation of the claim? Exactly! Elephants have DNA states a confirmation of the main claim. Well done, learners! Now that you have known about deductive reasoning, let us apply what you have learned. In this activity, you are asked to put a check on the space provided if the sentence follows the deductive method of reasoning and a cross mark if it is not. Let's do it! Number 1. Cacti are plants, and all plants perform photosynthesis. Therefore, cacti perform photosynthesis. Shall you put a check or an X? Of course, it is a check. Good job! Number 2. All numbers ending in 0 or 5 are divisible by 5. The number 35 ends with a 5, so it must be divisible by 5. What do you think is the answer? You're right! It is a check mark. Very good! Number 3. The first lipstick I pulled from my bag is red. The second lipstick I pulled from my bag is red. Therefore, all the lipsticks in my bag are red. Does this sentence follow a deductive method of reasoning or not? Yes, you're right. It does not follow a deductive method of reasoning. So the answer here is an X. Number 4. I see fireflies in my backyard every summer. This summer, I will probably see fireflies in my backyard. What do you think is the answer in this number? Well, if your answer is an X, you got it right. This sentence does not follow the deductive way of reasoning. Number 5. One of our customers is unhappy with his experience. He does not like how long it takes for a return phone call. Therefore, If we provide a quicker response, he will be more satisfied. What do you think is the answer for this one? Yes, it is a check. Good job. That is amazing. If you got all the correct answers, congratulations! Let us have another exercise. Are you ready? Okay, let's do it. In this activity, you are asked to read the paragraph carefully and then answer the questions that follow after it. Circle the letter of your answer. The paragraph says, smoking in public places should be banned because it puts other people, especially children and pregnant women, at risk of breathing smoke from cigarettes. Smoking in public places also endangers people who have respiratory ailments. Recent studies show that almost 80% of those who ingest secondhand smoke from public smokers have a higher risk of getting respiratory problems than smokers themselves. Now, let us answer the questions. Number 1. What is the paragraph all about? A. Smoking cigarettes. B. Smoking tobacco. C. Smoking in private places. D. Smoking in public places. What do you think is the answer? Correct. It is letter D. Smoking in public places. Number 2. What is the author's claim in the paragraph? A. Smoking in public places should be allowed. B. Smoking in public places should be banned. C. Smoking in public places does not harm people. D. Smoking in public places does not endanger health. What do you think is the answer? You're right. It is letter B. Smoking in public places should be banned. Number 3. Which of the following is the author's reason for his claim? A. Smoking in public places puts people at risk of breathing smoke from cigarettes. B. Smoking in public places puts children at risk of breathing smoke from cigarettes. C. Smoking in public places puts pregnant women at risk of breathing smoke from cigarettes. D. Smoking in public places puts people with disability at risk of breathing smoke from cigarettes. What do you think is the answer? That's right. It is letter A. Smoking in public places puts people at risk of breathing smoke from cigarettes. Finally, for number 4, which of these states the evidence of the author's claim in the paragraph? A. Studies show that almost 80% of those who ingest secondhand smoke have a higher risk of getting respiratory problems. B. Studies show that almost 80% of the smokers themselves have a higher risk of getting respiratory problems. C. Only those who ingest secondhand smoke are at risk of getting respiratory problems. D. Only the smokers themselves are at risk of getting respiratory problems. What do you think is the answer? That's right. It is letter A. Studies show that almost 80% of those who ingest secondhand smoke have a higher risk of getting respiratory problems. Are you ready for more? Let's do it! In this activity, you are to read the paragraph carefully and then complete the unfinished statements after it. The paragraph says, however, it would be a serious mistake to replace libraries with tablets. First, digital books and resources are associated with less learning and more problems than printed resources. A study done on tablet versus book reading found that people read 20 to 30% slower on tablets, retain less information, and understand only 10% less of what they read compared to people who read the same information in print. Additionally, staring too long at a screen has been shown to cause numerous health problems, including blurred vision, dizziness, dry eyes, and headaches, among others, at much higher instances than reading print does. People who use tablets and mobile devices excessively also have a higher incidence of more serious health issues such as fatigue, shoulder and back pain, carpal tunnel syndrome, and muscle strain. I know that whenever I read from my e-reader for too long, my eyes begin to feel tired and my neck hurts. We should not add to these problems by giving people, especially young people, more reasons to look at screens. Let us finish the lines now. What do you think the paragraph is about? That's right. The paragraph is about replacing libraries with tablets. What do you think is the author's claim in the paragraph? Yes, the author claims that it would be a serious mistake to replace libraries with tablets. What do you think is the author's reason for his claim? Very good. The author's reason for his claim is that digital books and resources are associated with less learning and more problems than printed resources, and that staring too long at a screen causes numerous health problems at much higher instances than reading print does. What does the author's evidence state about his claim? You got it right! The evidence of his claim states that a study was done on tablet versus book reading found that people read 20 to 30% slower on tablets, retain less information, and understand only 10% less of what they read, compared to people who read the same information in print. This time, let us strengthen what you have learned. In this activity, you are to read the following paragraphs carefully. Circle the author's claim, box the reason, and underline the statement that shows evidence of the claim. Paragraph number 1 says, male adolescents should be given extra attention by adults because during adolescence, boys are more likely to suffer from mental health problems than girls. Most of the deadliest and longest-lasting mental problems experienced by children are experienced by adolescent males. For example, there are 6 male adolescent schizophrenics for every 1 female. Adolescent autistic males outnumber females 2 to 1. Let us now identify the author's claim, reason, and evidence. What is the author's claim in the paragraph? Yes, it is male adolescents should be given extra attention by adults. What is the author's reason for his claim? Correct. The author's reason is that because during adolescence, boys are more likely to suffer from mental health problems than girls. What is the author's evidence for his reason? That's right. Most of the deadliest and longest-lasting mental problems experienced by children or experienced by adolescent males. Paragraph number 2. COVID-19 is dangerous because it is highly infectious and fatal. The World Health Organization reports that a carrier of the virus can infect at least 3 to 4 persons, and the infection increases exponentially. Recently, the number of infected people around the world has reached more than 3 million in only 5 months. The statistics also shows that more than 10% of the infected people can die of the disease. The virus has already killed over 300,000 people, with the most number of cases and deaths in the United States, despite of the country's state-of-the-art medical facilities and healthcare system. Let us identify the author's claim, reason, and evidence. What is the author's claim in the paragraph? Yes, the author's claim is COVID-19 is dangerous. What is the author's reason for his claim? You're right. The author's reason is that it is highly infectious and fatal. What is the author's evidence for his reason? The author's evidence states that the World Health Organization reports that a carrier of the virus can infect at least 3 to 4 persons, and the infection increases exponentially. That was an awesome and fun learning with you, and you are such amazing learners. I hope that you learned something today. Before I say goodbye, I would like to leave you this verse from the Bible. It says, I can do all things through Christ which strengtheneth me, from Philippians 4:13, KJV. Learners, however hard your lessons are, just believe that you can do all of them through Christ that gives you strength and wisdom. That's all for today. Again, I am your teacher, Mary Joy P. Bai, your Aral Tarlakenyo English 9 teacher broadcaster here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 kHz Radio Filipino Tarlac. Keep safe, everyone, and may the good Lord bless and keep you. Until next time!
Alam niyo ba na ang Great Barrier Reef ay ang pinakamalaking living structure on Earth? Matatagpuan ito sa baybayin ng Queensland sa Australia. Ito ay pinamamahayan ng 3,000 coral reefs at 900 coral islands na matatagpuan sa ilalim ng Coral Sea. May haba itong higit sa 2,000 kilometers at makikita lamang sa outer space. Ngunit, dahil sa fragile coral colony nito, unti-unti na itong nasisira sa paglipas ng panahon at dulot na rin ng climate change, polusyon at man-made disasters. Alam nyo na, yan ang Great Barrier Reef.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DepEd Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral Tarlakenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganun din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DepEd, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral Tarlacenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZDZ 828, Radio Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie Andueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral Tarlacenyo.
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
At sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac.
Mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
Sa bayan ng Capas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral Tarlacenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral Tarlacenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral Tarlacenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DCTC 828 Radio Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang hapon! Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyaging maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Kamusta kayo mga ginigiliw kong grade 9 learners? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa Himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Aralin Panlipunan Grade 9, Jason D. Layugan, magtuturo sa inyo via remote live broadcasting mula dito sa bayan ng Gerona upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin na mga palatandaan ng pag-unlad. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, narito ang ilan sa mga paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at nakikinig sa ating broadcast. Matanong ko lang, nagmerienda ka na ba? Mabuti naman, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang iyong tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang iyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin ngayong hapong ito. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong module sa Aralin Panlipunan upang sa unang linggo sa ika-4 na markahan na may pamagat na palatandaan ng pambansang kaunlaran. Ihanda na rin ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ang mga mahalagang impormasyon o konsepto na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin ay patungkol sa mga palatandaan ng pag-unlad. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa, ngayong hapon ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating mga naging aralin noong Martes. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Mahusay! Noong nakaraang episode, ating tinalakay ang konsepto ng pag-unlad. Ang pag-unlad ay pagbabago mula sa mababa tungo sa mataas na antas ng pamumuhay. Isa itong kaisipan na maaaring may kaugnayan sa salitang pagsulong. Batay kay Feliciano R. Fajardo, malinaw niyang inilahad ang pagkakaiba ng pagsulong at pag-unlad. Ayon sa kanya, ang pag-unlad ay isang progresibo at aktibong proseso. Ang pagsulong ay bunga naman ng prosesong ito. Paglalahad ni Todaro at Smith ang dalawang magkaibang konsepto ng pag-unlad ay ang tradisyonal na pananaw at makabagong pananaw. Sa tradisyonal na pananaw, binigyan diin ang pag-unlad bilang pagtatamo ng patuloy na pagtaas ng antas ng income per capita nang sa gayon ay mas mabilis na maparami ng bansa ang kanyang output kaysa sa bilis ng paglaki ng populasyon nito. Samantalang, ang makabagong pananaw, isinasaad na ang pag-unlad ay dapat kumakatawan sa malawakang pagbabago sa buong sistemang panlipunan. Ayon naman kay Amartya Sen, kanyang ipinaliwanag na ang kaunlaran ay matatamo lamang kung mapapaunlad ang yaman ng buhay ng tao kaysa sa yaman ng ekonomiya nito. At ngayon, sa palagay ko ay handa na kayo sa ating bagong paksa ngayong hapong ito. Maaari kayang magkaroon Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ikasiyam na baitang na nanonood at nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may mga katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. I-type lamang po ang Jason Dilayugan o tumawag o mag-text sa numerong 0945-72-87323. Uulitin ko ang numerong maaaring ninyong tawagan, 0945-72-87323. Sa puntong ito, tayo ay magsisimula na. Matapos mong maunawaan ang konsepto ng kaunlaran, ngayon naman, ihanda ang inyong sarili upang maunawaan at masuri ang iba't ibang palatandaan nito. Maaari kayang magkaroon ng pagsulong kahit walang pag-unlad? Maraming bansa na kalapit ng Pilipinas tulad ng China at Malaysia ang sinasabing progresibo. Maraming modernong gusali ang naitatayo sa mga nasabing bansa. Maraming mga korporasyon ang kumikita ng malaki, subalit karamihan sa mga ito ay pag-aari at pinapamahalaan ng mga dayuhang namumuhunan. Sa katunayan, sa kauna-unahang pagkakataon ay naiulat ng United Nations Conference on Trade and Development na noong 2012 ay mas malaki ang bilang ng mga dayuhang namumuhunan sa mga papaunlad na bansa kumpara sa mga mauunlad na bansa. Ang pagpasok ng mga dayuhang namumuhunan ay nakapagtataguyod ng mas mabilis na paglago at pagsulong ng kanilang ekonomiya. Subalit, laganap pa rin ang kahirapan, kawalan ng sapat na edukasyon at patuloy na pagbaba ng antas ng kalusugan sa mga nasabing papaunlad na bansa. Maliban sa mga namumuhunan, malaki rin ang naitutulong ng mga likas na yaman, tulad ng langis sa pagsulong ng ekonomiya ng isang bansa. Karamihan sa mga bansa sa gitnang silangan tulad ng UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia ay nagtatamo ng mabilis na paglago ng ekonomiya, dala ng kanilang kita mula sa langis. Bukod pa sa mga nabanggit, may iba pang mga salik na maaaring makatulong sa pagsulong ng ekonomiya ng isang bansa. Ito ay ang mga sumusunod. Una, ang likas na yaman. Malaki ang naitutulong ng mga likas na yaman sa pagsulong ng ekonomiya. Lalong-lalo na yung mga yamang lupa, tubig, kagubatan, at mineral. Subalit, hindi kasiguraduhan ang mga likas na yaman sa mabilis na pagsulong ng isang bansa. Ikalawa ay ang tinatawag nating yamang tao. Ang yamang tao, isa ring mahalagang salik na tinitingnan sa pagsulong ng ekonomiya. Kasama na dito yung tinatawag nating paglakas o lakas paggawa. Mas maraming output ang nalilikha sa isang bansa kung maalam at may kakayahan ang mga manggagawa nito. Ikatlo, ang kapital. Sinasabing Lubhang mahalaga ang kapital sa pagpapalago ng ekonomiya ng isang bansa. Sa tulong ng mga kapital, tulad ng mga makina sa mga paggawaan, ay nakakalikha ng mas maraming produkto at serbisyo. At ang panghuli, teknolohiya at inobasyon. Sa pamamagitan ng mga salik na ito, nagagamit ng mas episyente ang iba pang pinagkukunang yaman upang mas maparami ang mga nalilikhang produkto at serbisyo. Masasabing ang pagsulong ay isa lamang aspekto ng pag-unlad. Sa pagsulong, sinusukat ang halaga ng mga produkto at serbisyong nilikha sa loob ng isang panahon. Sa pagsukat nito, ginagamit ang Gross Domestic Product o GDP at Gross National Product o GNP. GDP, GNP per capita at real GDP at GNP. Sa kabilang banda, higi sapat na panukat ang kabuuang halaga ng mga produkto at serbisyo. Dahil hindi nito maipakikita kung paano na ipapamahagi ang mga ito. Sa makatuwid, hindi sapat ang mga numero, makabagong teknolohiya at nagtataasang gusali upang masabing ganap na maunlad ang isang bansa. Higit pa rito ang kahulugan ng pag-unlad. Hindi pa ito sa mga modernong kagamitan at mga makabagong teknolohiya sapagkat dito ang mga pagbabago sa lipunan at paraan ng pamumuhay ng mga tao. Ayon kay Fajardo, ang pagsulong ng isang ekonomiya dulot ng mga dayuhang namumuhunan at pag-unlad na inangkat ay walang kahulugan sa mga masa o sa mga mamamayan kung ang mga ito ay hindi nararamdaman ng mga tao. Ayon naman kina Tudaro at Smith sa kanilang aklat na Economic Development, ang pag-unlad ay isang multidimensional na prosesong kinapapalooban ng malaking pagbabago sa istruktura ng lipunan, gawin ng mga tao at mga pambansang institusyon. Gayon din ang pagpapabilis ng pagsulong ng ekonomiya. Pagbawas sa mga di pagkakapantay-pantay at pag-alis ng kahirapan. So dito na muna nagtatapos ang ating talakayan tungkol sa mga palatandaan ng pag-unlad. Pero para makasiguro ako na kayo ay talagang nakikinig at naunawaan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon tayo ng maikling pagsusulit. Ihanda ang inyong ballpen at sagutang papel. Isulat ninyo ang salitang tama kung ang tinutukoy na pangungusap ay batay sa katotohanan. At salitang mali kung ang tinutukoy na pangungusap ay hindi wasto, batay sa ating pinag-aralan. Babasahin ko ang bawat pangungusap ng 2 beses kada number. Handa na ba kayo? Tara, simulan na natin. Para sa number 1, ang pagpasok ng mga dayuhang namumuhunan ay nakapagtataguyod ng mabilis na paglago at pagsulong ng ekonomiya. Ang pagpasok ng mga dayuhang namumuhunan ay nakapagtataguyod ng mabilis na paglago at pagsulong ng ekonomiya. Kung ang iyong sagot ay tama, ikaw ay tumpak. Tama ang iyong kasagutan. Para sa number 2, mula sa kita sa langis ang pinanggagalingan ng malaking kita ng ating bansa. Uulitin ko, mula sa kita sa langis ang pinanggagalingan ng malaking kita ng ating bansa. Kung mali naman ang iyong sagot sa number 2, ikaw ay magaling. Tama ang iyong sagot dahil ang langis ay mas kilala sa mga bansang nasa gitnang silangan. Number 3, malaki ang naitutulong ng mga likas na yaman sa pagsulong ng ekonomiya ng isang bansang papaunlad pa lamang. Malaki ang naitutulong ng mga likas na yaman sa pagsulong ng ekonomiya ng isang bansang papaunlad pa lang. Ang tamang sagot sa number 3 ay tama. Next, number 4. Sa tulong ng mga kapital tulad ng mga makina sa mga pagawaan ay nakakalikha ng mas maraming produkto at serbisyo. Uulitin ko, sa tulong ng mga kapital tulad ng mga makina sa mga pagawaan ay nakakalikha ng mas maraming produkto at serbisyo. Sa number 4, ang tamang sagot ay tama. Next, number 5. Ang pagsulong ay isa lamang sa mga aspeto ng pag-unlad. Uulitin ko, ang pagsulong ay isa lamang sa mga aspekto ng pag-unlad. At sa number 5 naman, ang tamang sagot ay tama. Mahusay. Lubos ang aking pagbati sa inyo dahil confident ako na nakakuha kayo ng perfect score. Palakpakan nyo naman ang inyong mga sarili. At dahil marami sa inyo ang naka-perfect score, bibigyan ko ulit kayo ng maikling gawain. Tutukuyin nyo lamang ang mga sumusunod na sitwasyon kung ito ba ay nakakatulong o nakakasagabal sa pag-unlad ng isang bansa. Handa na ba kayo? Para sa unang bilang, pagtangkilik sa mga produktong imported sa halip na mga produktong gawa sa Pilipinas. Kung ang sagot mo ay nakakasagabal, tama ka dyan. Para sa ikalawang bilang, ang pagdami ng mga kabataan na nalululong sa mga iba't ibang bisyo ay nakakatulong ba o nakakasagabal sa pag-unlad? Kung nakakasagabal ang isinagot mo, tama ka dyan. Para sa ikatlong bilang, nadadagdagan ang mga dayuhang kumpanya na namumuhunan sa bansa. Nadadagdagan ang mga dayuhang kumpanya na namumuhunan sa bansa. Kung nakakatulong ang isinulat mo, ikaw ay mahusay. Para sa ika-4 na bilang, ang maayos na sistema ng edukasyon sa bansa ay nakakatulong o nakakasagabal sa kaunlaran. Ang tamang sagot ay nakakatulong. Magaling. At para sa ikalimang bilang, mababang krimen sa bansa. Kung ang sagot mo ay nakakatulong, ikaw ay tama. Sigurado akong marami ang nakukuha sa inyo ng 5 puntos. Kaya naman, tapikin mo ang iyong balikat at sabihin, ang husay ko talaga. Para sa inyong takdang aralin, sagutan ninyo ang Venn diagram na may pamagat na pagkakapareho at pagkakaiba, na matatagpuan sa inyong student learning materials sa Araling Panlipunan 9. Ilagay ito sa pad paper o sa kahit anong malinis na papel. At para naman sa ating susunod na talakayan, ang ating susuriin ang paggamit ng Human Development Index bilang isang panukat sa antas ng pag-unlad ng isang bansa. Maaari ninyong kunan ng larawan gamit ang inyong cellphone ang mga sinagutang gawain at isumiti ito sa aking Facebook Messenger. I-type lamang ang Jason D. Layugan. Sa mga walang access sa internet, maaari ipasa ang inyong ginawang activity sa ating paaralan sa itinakdang pagsauli at pagkuha ng module. Paalala, ang inyong magulang o guardian ang maaaring kumuha o magtungo sa paaralan para maipasa ang sinagutang gawain. At sila din ay inaasahang sumunod sa ating mga health protocols tulad ng pagsusuot ng face mask, paghugas ng kamay at physical distancing. At siguraduhin vaccinated na din ang inyong mga magulang. Dahil sabi nga nila, bakuna lang ang sakalang. Inaasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan sa hapon na ito. Muli ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Jason D. Layugan mula sa Cardona National High School na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli!
Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad, serbisyong may halaga, saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. 1 FM. This is your one.
My only one.
One lang yan.
The only one.
1 FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. 1 FM. 1 FM. Your only 1 FM. 1 FM. Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Alam niyo ba na ang first Filipino Olympic medalist ay si Teofilo Ildefonso? Siya ang kauna-unahang Pinoy at Southeast Asian na nakasungkit ng Olympic medal sa swimming division. Tungong Pidig, Ilocos Norte, nagsimula siyang sumali sa mga paligsahan noong 1921 at nakaipon ng halos 100 medals. Noong World War II, nakipaglaban din siya sa mga Hapon at nakaligtas sa Bataan Death March. Ngunit binawian siya ng buhay sa Capas Concentration Camp at hindi na muli natagpuan ang mga labi nito. Alam niyo na, yan ang first Filipino Olympic medalist.
Ang ASEAN New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, Kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we Tarlaceños are the stewards of this bounty.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney!
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral Tarlaceño
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac. Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Welcome to Aral Tarlaceño here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac and on RTV Tarlac FB Live. Also seen live via Channel 100 of Converge TV. It is my pleasure to have you here today, listening and willing to learn, especially to our carpentry grade 9 students. This is Teacher Mark Jason Poblacio, your teacher broadcaster, broadcasting live from Benigno S. Aquino National High School, Concepcion, Tarlac. I will be with you within the next 20 to 25 minutes, so please stay focused and enjoy as you join me in a new learning experience in Carpentry 9. To begin with, I want you to find a quiet and comfortable spot so that you can hear me clearly. Prepare your learning materials and of course, don't forget to grab a copy of your compendium of notes in Carpentry 9. Make sure you have your pen and paper for answering or for note taking. Are you ready? Let's first have a recall to check if you can still remember our previous topic. Last meeting, we discussed about the tools and materials used in fabricating formworks. Right, class? For me to find out if you still remember our previous lesson, let's have an activity. What you need to do, class, is to look at the following tools and materials inside the table. Again, I want you to look at the following tools and materials inside the table. Determine whether the following tools and materials are used in fabricating formworks. Simply put the check mark in the column that corresponds to our answer. You will be given 30 seconds to figure out the answer. You can type your answer in the comment section via FB live streaming, or you can write your answer in a piece of paper. Are you ready? Okay, let us begin. Here are the following tools and materials. Alright, my dear students, I guess you are done already. Kindly check your answers. Let me show you the correct answers. Among the tools and materials given inside the table, the following are used in fabricating formworks: pull push rule, ordinary plywood, and claw hammer, while the pliers and the welding helmet are not used in fabricating formworks. Did you get all the correct answers? Very good! I am glad to know that you still remember our past lesson, and it's obvious that you really learned a lot from it. Are you excited to learn something new today? That's great! At this point, I want you to open your compendium of notes in TLE Carpentry 9, 4th quarter on page 18. Our next lesson, class, is about the steps in fabricating formworks. I repeat, our topic for today is about the steps in fabricating formworks. This lesson is taken from the most essential learning competency in technology and livelihood education in carpentry, being taught from grade 9, learning outcome number 3, which is entitled Fabricate and Strip Formworks. Before we start with our lesson, let me enumerate the lesson objectives. First objective is to enumerate the steps in fabricating formworks. The second objective is to demonstrate the steps in fabricating formworks. And the last objective is to appreciate the importance of understanding the steps in fabricating formworks. Now that you know our lesson objectives, I want you to listen carefully and attentively as we go on with our discussion. Are you ready for today's topic? That's great! Do you still remember what formworks are? Formworks are temporary molds into which concrete is poured and formed. Formworks ensure that the shape is retained as the concrete hardens. Concrete is formed into the formworks, which remains in a place until the concrete is fully set and capable to support itself. I have here sample pictures of formworks for you to have an idea how a formworks looks like. Now class, Why do you think it is important to know the steps in fabricating formworks? It is important to know the steps in fabricating formworks to produce good quality formworks and to reduce cost or budget requirements. Moreover, formworks carpentry saves time and money on projects, improves safety and access when working at height, and can give a better finish to concrete surfaces. Now, allow me, class, to remind you about some safety reminders before fabricating formworks. Class, safety working condition help prevent injury to people. You will be able to avoid accident by wearing appropriate PPEs and knowing the steps, the safety precautions before start to work. Do you know the steps in fabricating formworks? Let us continue and find out. Step number 1. Read and interpret the detailed drawing. In doing any project in carpentry, my dear students, you should initially prepare your detailed drawing. This will serve as your guide in accomplishing your work. Step number 2. Prepare all tools and materials needed. Do you have any idea, class, what are the tools and materials that we are going to need in fabricating formworks? Very good, class. The tools and materials needed in fabricating formworks are claw hammer, crosscut saw, tri-square, pull-push rule, and marking tool. Claw hammer is mainly used to pull in and pull out nails. A crosscut saw is designed for cutting wood perpendicular to the wood grain. A tri-square is used to check the squareness of the stock. The pull-push rule is used to measure long, short, and straight length. And lastly, the pencil, which I use for marking. And the materials needed are 5 pieces of 2x2x8 lumber, 1 piece of 1x4x8 ordinary plywood, and 1/2 kilo of assorted common wire knits. Step number 3. Mark all 2x2s and plywood for cutting. Class, in this step, you will use pencil in marking the 2x2s and plywood, and a pull-push rule for measuring. Remember, class, in doing this step, you have to be very precise and accurate. So, you need to have your always check your detailed drawing. Step number 4. Cut all marked materials. Using the crosscut saw, cut the 2x2s and plywood. Start cutting on the marked areas of the materials. Class, in cutting, please be reminded of our rules. Measure twice, cut once. Again, measure twice, cut once. Also, you need to be more careful in using the crosscut saw because it might cause injury if you do not know how to use it properly. Step number 5. Assemble and fasten all the members of the ribs, adapting the plan and details. Last, at this point, using the claw hammer and number 3 nails, assemble the member of the ribs. Again, be extra careful in using a claw hammer. Step number 6. Attach and fasten the board on the frame. At this point, class, you are going to attach the plywood to the 2x frame. After attaching the plywood, you can start assembling the 4 faces of the formworks. Step number 7. Apply good housekeeping. Always remember, class, in every project that you perform, you need to apply good housekeeping. Good housekeeping can help control or eliminate Workplace hazards. In keeping working area clean, you can avoid possible accident that can harm you. Okay class, for you to fully understand our lesson, I prepared a video demonstration following all the steps in public keeping formats. Let us watch this.
Step number 1, read and interpret the detailed drawing. Step number 2, prepare all the tools and materials needed. Step number 3, mark all the 2x2s and plywood for cutting. In this step, you will use pencil in marking all the 2x2s and plywood, and a pull-push rule for measuring. Step number 4, cut all marked materials. Using the crosscut saw, cut the 2x2s and plywood. Start cutting on the marked areas of the materials. Step number 5, assemble and fasten all the members of the ribs, adapting the plan and details. At this point, using the claw hammer and number 3 nails, assemble the member of the ribs. Step number 6, attach and fasten the board on the frame. At this point, you are going to attach the plywood to the 2x2 frame. After attaching the plywood, you can start assembling the 4 faces of the formworks. Step number 7, apply good housekeeping. In keeping your working area clean, you can avoid possible accidents that may occur.
Were you able to get all the steps, class? Are the steps clear to you? Okay, that's great. Now, let's have a quick recap of what we have discussed. What are the tools and materials needed in fabricating formworks? Okay, very good. The tools needed are claw hammer, crosscut saw, tri-square, pull-push rule, and marking tool. While the materials needed are 2x2x8 lumber, 1/4 by 4 by 8 ordinary plywood, and 1/2 kilo of assorted common wire nails. Now, what are the steps in fabricating formworks? Our steps in fabricating formworks are as follows. Step number 1, read and interpret the detailed drawing. Step number 2, prepare all the tools and materials needed. Step number 3. Mark all 2x2s and plywood for cutting. Step number 4. Cut all marked materials. Step number 5. Assemble and fasten all the members of the ribs, adapting the plan and details. Step number 6. Attach and fasten the board on the frame. And lastly, our last step, step number 7, apply good housekeeping. Now, my dear students, why do you think it is important to know the steps in fabricating formworks? Yes, you're right. It is important to know the steps in fabricating formworks to produce good quality formworks and to reduce the cost or budget requirements. Now, to check if you really understood our lesson, let us have a short quiz. Are you ready? Listen attentively and carefully as I give the instruction for our short quiz. I will read each question for you. Choose the letter of the correct answer. You can type your answers on the comment section of our Facebook live stream, or you can just write your answer on a piece of paper. Are the instructions clear to you, class? Are you ready? Okay, let us begin. Question number 1. What type of hammer is used in fabricating formworks? Choices are letter A, axe hammer, letter B, chipping hammer, letter C, claw hammer, or letter D, none of the above. I repeat, what type of hammer is used in fabricating formworks? Choices are letter A, axe hammer, letter B, chipping hammer, letter C, claw hammer, or letter D, none of the above. If your answer is letter C, then you are correct. Question number 2. What type of saw is used in fabricating formworks? Choices are letter A, circular saw, letter B, crosscut saw, letter C, jigsaw, or letter D, miter saw. I repeat, what type of saw is used in fabricating formworks? Choices are letter A, circular saw, letter B, crosscut saw, letter C, jigsaw, or letter D, miter saw. If your answer is letter B, then you are correct. Question number 3. How many steps do we have in fabricating formworks? Choices are letter A, 4, letter B, 9, letter C, 6, or letter D, 7. I repeat, how many steps do we have in fabricating formworks? Choices are letter A, 4, letter B, 9, letter C, 6, or letter D, 7. If your answer is letter D, then you are correct. Question number 4. What size of lumber used in fabricating formworks? Choices are letter A, 2x4x8 lumber, letter B, 2x3x8 lumber, letter C, 2x2x8 lumber, or letter D, 1x2x8 lumber. I repeat, what size of lumber used in fabricating formworks? Choices are letter A, 2x4x8 lumber, Letter B, 2x3x8 lumber. Letter C, 2x2x8 lumber. Or letter D, 1x2x8 lumber. If your answer is letter C, then you are correct. Question number 5. What size of common wire nails were used in fabricating formworks? Choices are letter A, number 2, letter B, number 3, letter C, number 4, or letter D, number 5. I repeat, what size of common wire nails were used in fabricating formworks? Choices are letter A, 2, letter B, 3, letter C, 4, or letter D, 5. If your answer is letter B, then you are correct. For those who got a score of 5, congratulations, you did a great job. It is clear that you listened attentively. For those who got 4, keep up the good work. For those who got 3, you still did a great job. And for those who got 2, 1, and 0, I suggest kindly review your compendium of notes. And that completes our discussion for today. But before I end up, allow me first to answer some questions raised by our viewers and listeners. I have here a question from Marvin Musni. His questions goes like this. Are there other types of formworks in construction? This is such an interesting question, Marvin. We have 4 types of formworks, namely engineered formworks, timber formworks, insulated formworks, and lastly, the plastic formworks. I have one more question from Jomar Santos. What are the characteristics of good formworks? Good formworks carpentry should be, number 1, strong enough to support the volume of the concrete using. Number 2, be able to retain shape when approximately grooved and braced. Number 3, seal tightly at the joint to prevent leaks. Number 4, waterproof and weatherproof. Number 5, lightweight and easy to move where it's needed. Number 6, remove without damaging the concrete. And lastly, number 7, suitable for reuse. And that's conclude our discussion for today. Thank you for listening, and I hope you learned something today. Once again, this is Teacher Mark Jason Poblacio from Benigno S. Aquino National High School saying, in TLE, we aim for skills, knowledge, and progress. Have a great day, everyone. Take care, and God bless us all.
Ang dagdag na 2 taon sa high school ay malaking bahagi ng programang K-12 sa ating bansa. Pinag-aralan ng mabuti ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon o DepEd ang nilalaman at paraan ng pagkatuto sa 2 taong ito na tinatawag ngayong senior high school. Sa pamamagitan ng senior high school, tinitiyak ng DepEd ang kalidad ng edukasyon na may malinaw na patutunguhan anuman ang iyong pag-aralan. May 15 core, 7 applied at 9 na specialized subjects ang senior high school. Sa kabuuan, may 31 subjects ang senior high school. Katumbas ito ng 4 na semestre na may 2 quarter bawat semestre. Ang mga paksa sa bawat aralin ay mahalaga upang maihanda ang mga mag-aaral sa 4 na curriculum exit gaya ng kolehiyo, trabaho, middle-level skills development at negosyo. Kahit anong track ang piliin ng isang mag-aaral, maaari siyang magpatuloy sa alinman sa 4 na posibleng curriculum exit. Mayroong 4 na track ang senior high school. 1. Academic track. 2. Technical Vocational Livelihood Track. 3. Arts and Design Track. At 4. Sports Track. Ang Senior High School Sports Track. Para naman sa mga may hilig o talento sa sports at nais maghanap buhay sa larangan ng sports, ang Senior High School Sports Track. Ang mga nakatapos nito ay maaaring maging amateur o profesional na atleta, coach, sports official o kahit magnenegosyo. Maaari rin silang kumuha ng mas mataas na kasanayan o middle-level skills o kaya'y magpatuloy sa kolehiyo. Walang mga strand sa ilalim ng sports track. Nakatuon ang track sa kasanayang pang-sports at sa pangangasiwa nito. Narito ang mga specialized subjects sa sports track. Safety and First Aid. Nilalayo nito na malinang sa mga mag-aaral ang kasanayan sa buhay at kakayahang pangkaligtasan, pag-iwas sa pinsala at pamamahala sa iba't ibang laro at exercise settings. Saklaw rin ito ang wastong kalusugan at ligtas na pagtugon sa oras ng biglaang pangangailangan. Ang pagtatapos o pagkumpleto sa kurso ay maaaring maging daan sa ikapagtatamo ng sertipikasyon o pagkilala mula sa Philippine Red Cross. Human Movement. Pinag-aaralan dito ang pinagmumulan, control at pagsasanay ng mga motor skills o paggalaw ng mga bahagi ng katawan ayon sa iba't ibang antas. Fundamentals of Coaching. Nakasentro ito sa mga pangunahing kaalaman tungkol sa pagiging coach sa sports. Sports Officiating and Activity Management. Tinatalakay rito ang mga konsepto at alituntunin ng mga sports o palaro, pati na rin ang pamamahala ng iba't ibang aktibidad na kaugnay ng sports at fitness. Ang mga kasanayang ito ay maaaring magawaran ng katibayan mula sa National Sports Associations at iba pang organisasyon. Fitness, Sports and Recreation Leadership. Dito ay binibigyan ang mga mag-aaral ng kasanayan sa pamamahala ng ligtas at epektibong programa sa sports, ehersisyo at libangan. Sa psychosocial aspects of sports and exercise ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa individual at panlipunang mga salik na nakakaapekto sa pakikilahok, pagganap, pagsunod at kagalingang psikolohikal sa laro at ehersisyo. Fitness Testing and Basic Exercise Program. Itinuturo naman dito ang mga paraan ng pagsukat at pagsusuri para makabuo ng programang angkop sa pisikal na kahandaan ng isang individual. Ang practicum sa paaralan at work immersion sa labas ng paaralan ay magbibigay ng mga karanasang hahasa sa mga natutunan sa track na ito. Ang mga pagsusulit o assessment sa sports track ay karaniwang performance-based o batay sa aktwal na pagpapakita ng kayang gawin na mag-aaral. Narito ang ilang mga trabahong nakalinya sa sports track. 1. Referee, umpire o judge. 2. Table officials, tulad ng scorer o timer. 3. Trainer. 4. Coach. 5. Team manager. 6. Athletic scout. 7. Sports broadcaster or writer. 8. Sports analyst. 9. Fitness instructor. 10. Recreational leader. 11. Sports organizer o manager. Bilang requirement sa senior high school, kailangang dumaan ng mga mag-aaral anuman ang kanilang track sa isa sa mga sumusunod: work immersion, apprenticeship, culminating activity, o capstone project. Nakasaad sa DepEd Order No. 39 Series of 2018, clarification and additional information to DepEd Order No. 30 Series of 2017 na ang work immersion ay isang required subject sa TVL track, habang optional naman ito sa academic, arts and design at sports tracks.
Fun Thursday, Grade 9 learners! Welcome to Aral Tarlakenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am your teacher broadcaster, Anjanette C. Antonio, broadcasting live here at Capas Tarlac, bringing you a musical day experience in Music 9. For our second day of airing in Music 9, Quarter 4, it is time to learn about the composers of vocal music during the Romantic period. So get ready, grade 9 learners, as you listen to our discussion and feel the music on the air. Are you ready? Alright, but let us first look back on the lessons that we've had during our first day of airing. You've already introduced to romantic opera. Let's have a recap. With your paper and pen, answer the following questions. You may write your answers or you may comment your answers on the comment section on our FB Live, RTV Tarlac. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. Number 1. What musical movement influenced by the Romantic movement in art and literature that began in the late 1700s, emphasizing the importance of the individual and the emotional experience? Is it A, individualism, B, romanticism, C, classicism? What is your answer? If you have answered B, romanticism, you are correct. Number 2. What is the German term for songs written to be sung in recital? Meaning there is a solo singer and it is accompanied by a piano. Is it A, lieder, B, opera, or C, requiem? Correct! It was A, lieder. Lastly, what was the music known as Song for Dead? Is it A, lieder, B, opera, or C, requiem? If you have answered C, requiem, you are definitely correct. What is your score in this activity? If you got all the 3 correct answers, you have a good memory. As we are about to begin the discussion, get your self-learning modules or learning activity sheet with a clean sheet of paper and a ball pen. Ready? Go! Now that you are ready, let's get started. Remember, your learning task for today is, at the end of the lesson, you should be able to explain performance practice, the setting, composition, role of composers or performers, and the audience during Romantic period, and relate Romantic music to other forms and its history within the era. Let's have first our pre-test to assess what you already know about the lesson. In your learning activity sheet, Activity 1, you will see pictures of the composers of the vocal music during the Romantic period. Identify these composers, choose their name inside the box, and write it on the blank space provided under each picture. I will give you 20 seconds to answer. Ready? Start! Okay, time's up. Let's check and see your scores in this activity. Were you able to identify the picture number 1? What is your answer? If you have answered Franz Peter Schubert, you are correct. How about picture number 2? What is your answer? The correct answer is Giuseppe Verdi. Third picture, what is your answer? If you have answered Giacomo Puccini, you are correct. How about the fourth picture? Who is he? Okay, if you have answered Richard Wagner, amazing, that is correct. Lastly, who is he? Okay, he is George Bizet. What is your score for this activity? If you got all 5 correct answers, very good. You are at an advantage for this lesson. If you did not get them all correctly, do not worry because this session will help you learn all about composers of vocal music during the Romantic period. Now to begin with, let us listen to this music. Okay, what do you think is the type of music you have heard? If you answered romantic music, you are correct. Composers of vocal music theme is romantic. Let's G and discover the composers of vocal music during the Romantic period. The first composer is Franz Peter Schubert. Franz Peter Schubert was born on the 31st of January in 1797 in Austria. The proper name for Franz Schubert songs is actually Lieder, which is the German word for songs. Schubert developed Lieder so that they had a powerful and dramatic impact on the listeners. He was considered the last of the classical composers and one of the first romantic one. Some of his famous music Lieder were Gretchen am Spinrad, Ave Maria, Swan Song, and Unfinished Symphony. Now, let us listen to one of his famous compositions, the Unfinished Symphony No. 8. Unfinished Symphony Unfinished Symphony is a musical composition that Schubert started in 1822, but left only with 2 movements. Schubert's Symphony No. 8 is sometimes called the first Romantic Symphony due to its emphasis on the lyrical impulse within the dramatic structure. Again, who was the Viennese composer who wrote 600 art songs and the Unfinished Symphony? If your answer is Franz Peter Schubert, very good. Another composer is Giuseppe Verdi, a name associated with romantic opera. He was born in Parma, Italy on October 9, 1813. His first opera, Oberto, was performed in La Scala, Milan, the most important opera house at the time. Almost of his works are a serious love story with unhappy ending. His final opera ends with "All the world's a joke," and some of his famous operas are still being produced and performed worldwide. His much acclaimed works are La Traviata, Othello, Aida, where he wrote for the opening of Suez Canal. Let's lend our ears to his first opera, Oberto. Oberto operas, much of the important events have already taken place, leaving the principal characters involved to fume their displeasure and deep feelings of love, betrayal, anger, and desires for revenge. Again, who was the romantic composer wrote his final opera that ends with "All the world's was a joke"? Correct, that was Giuseppe Verdi. Next up is Giacomo Puccini. He was born in a poor family on December 22, 1858 in Lucca, Italy. Puccini belonged to a group of composers who stressed realism. Therefore, he drew material from everyday life, rejecting heroic themes from mythology and history. Puccini's famous operas were La Bohème, Tosca, Madame Butterfly, and Turandot. Now, let's listen to his composition, La Bohème. Have you felt that bittersweet emotion? La Bohème is an Italian opera act that tells a story of a love affair between a poor poet and an equally poor seamstress in 19th century Paris. To recall, who was the Italian late romantic composer who composed the score for La Bohème? Correct! It was Giacomo Puccini. Our fourth composer is Richard Wagner. He was born in Leipzig, Germany on May 22, 1813. Wagner was very much inspired by Ludwig van Beethoven. He exerted a strong influence on the operatic medium. He was an advocate of a new form of opera which he called music drama, where musical and dramatic elements were fused together. The expressiveness is aided using leitmotifs, a theme, or musical sequences standing for a particular character, plot element, and his famous works are Tristan and Isolde, Die Walkyrie, and Parsifal. Now, let us hear his music, Die Walkyrie. Die Walkyrie or Valkyrie means in mythology one of the hosts of female figures who choose those who may die in a battle and those who may live. Richard Wagner's work would later influence modern film scores, including those of Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings film in series. Again, who was the German composer who adapted the leitmotif approach? Did I hear you say Richard Wagner? Impressive! You are correct. Last but not the least is George Bizet. He was born on October 25, 1838 in Paris, France. He was registered with the legal name Alexander Caesar Leopold Bizet, but was baptized George Bizet and was always known by the latter name. Bizet became famous operas. His famous opera is Carmen. However, when Carmen first opened in Paris, reviews were terrible. The shows were criticized in horrible ways that suited in poor audience attendance. Let's listen to this music and find out why it was criticized. Have you found out? Maybe you are correct. But did you know that during his first round of Carmen, Bizet died? Yes, he was only 36 that time. And then 4 months later, Carmen opened in Vienna, Austria, and was a smash hit. It is now one of the most popular operas ever written. Bizet never knew that audiences would come to consider it as his masterpiece. Okay, to recall, who was the composer registered with the legal name Alexander Caesar Leopold and became famous because of his opera Carmen? Great! It was George Bizet. There you have it, the 5 composers and their compositions of vocal music during the Romantic period. Let us now cover up the discussion. Franz Peter Schubert was a Viennese composer who wrote over 600 art songs and the unfinished Symphony No. 8. Giuseppe Verdi was a Romantic opera composer who wrote his final opera that ends with "All the world's a joke." Giacomo Puccini, an Italian late Romantic composer who composed the score for La Bohème. Richard Wagner, a German composer who adapted the leitmotif approach. And lastly, George Bizet, the composer of the famous opera Carmen. For your evaluation, answer Activity 3, Analyzation of Music. You must analyze the music according to its composer, texture, tempo, and mood. Each music will be played for about 30 seconds. And circle the correct answers on your learning activity sheet. Then right away, we will check your answers and please be honest. First music, Unfinished Symphony No. 8. Next is La Bohème. Here is the third music, Thy Valkyrie. We are now on our fourth music, Carmen. Lastly, Oberto. Got it? Let's check your answers. For Music 1, Unfinished Symphony Number 8, answers are C. Franz Peter Schubert. The texture is B. Homophonic. Its tempo is letter B. Moderate. And the mood is about A. Surprise. For Music Number 2, La Boheme, answers are letter A. Giacomo Puccini. Texture is B. Homophonic. Its tempo is B. Moderate. And the mood is A. Bittersweet. For Music Number 3, Thy Valkyrie, answers are B. Richard Wagner. Texture is B. Homophonic. Its tempo is C. Fast. And the mood is C. Victory. For Music Number 4, Carmen, answers are letter C. George Bizet. Texture is B. Homophonic. Its tempo is C. Fast. And the mood is C. Feast. For the last music, answers are letter A. Giuseppe Verdi. Texture is B. Homophonic. Its tempo is C. Moderate. And the mood is B. Betrayal. Okay, have you got all the correct answers? Congratulations, you learned a lot today. If you have wrong answers, you can always read back in your notes or self-learning modules, and your MAPA teachers are more than willing to give you clarifications. Okay, pack up. We're done with our discussion of composers of vocal music during the Romantic period. It has been a tuneful learning for all of us today. I hope you learned a lot. This has been your anchor teacher in Music 9, Anjanette Antonio, giving you a shoulder tap and saying, Kaya natin yan. Thank you for listening, keep safe, and have a great day.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DepEd Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Poson para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral Tarlakenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam. We are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DepEd, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral Tarlakenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie Andueñas. And I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral Tarlakenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniquit, Tarlac. Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantoc, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Kuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DepEd Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral Tarlakenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki, Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantoc, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Alright, so magandang afternoon po sa ating lahat. Welcome to Aral Tarlakenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Arthur Gomez Soto, your nurse broadcaster for today's special episode for Health Hour. Muli, isang mapagpalang hapon po sa ating lahat, lalong-lalo na po sa ating mga tagapakinig at tagapanood. Napaka-special po ng araw na ito dahil malalaman natin ang tamang impormasyon tungkol sa second booster dose ng COVID-19 vaccination. At syempre, napakapaalad po nating lahat dahil andito na po ang isa sa mga school nurse ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon sa ating probinsya ng Tarlac, walang iba kung hindi si Nurse Jennifer Ong. Nurse Jen, magandang hapon po.
Yes, magandang hapon naman, Nurse Arthur. And syempre, bago ako magsimula ng aking discussion, gusto ko lamang batiin ang ating School Division Superintendent, Dr. Rolando Bozon, ang ating Assistant School Division Superintendents, Dr. Armando Capili and Dr. Maria Celina Vega, ang ating Chief Educator Supervisors, Dr. Paulino Depano and Dr. Noel Insao, ang ating Medical Officer 3, Dr. Marilyn Manalo, Public School District Supervisors, ang ating District Education Program Specialists, Division School Office Unit Heads, ang ating Senior Education Program Specialists, ang ating School Heads, teaching and non-teaching personnel, at sa lahat po ng nanonood at nakikinig ngayong hapon na ito, isang maganda at malusog na hapon po sa ating lahat. Muli ako po si Jennifer Ong, DepEd Nurse po ng ating probinsya ng Tarlac. Nandito po ako para magbigay ng updated at tamang information regarding sa COVID-19 vaccination. Alam mo, Nurse Arthur, no, parang kailan lang nung nagbigay tayo ng orientation about pediatric prevention using this platform also. Nalala ko ba yun, Nurse Arthur?
Oo, Nurse Jen, no? Parang it was February or March when we had or shared our knowledge and even our wisdom with regards to the orientation on pediatric vaccinations age 5 to 11. At right now, meron ka bagong isi-share, Nurse Jen, about dun sa ating COVID-19 vaccinations. And I guess, ang ating mga kapwa Pilipino ay very excited na with this one.
Siyempre, hindi naman pwedeng wala akong bago na ibigay na information sa ating mga nanonood at tagapakinig. So, siyempre, alam mo ba, Sir Nurse Arthur, na simula na nagkaroon ng COVID-19 National Vaccination Program sa ating bansa, hindi naman makakailan na unti-unti pong nabawasan ang mga kaso ng COVID-19 infections dito sa ating bansang Pilipinas. Ito ay maliban pa sa pagsunod natin sa minimum public health standard at ito ay dahil na din sa malawakan at maigting na bakunahan sa COVID-19 vaccine. Mas bumaba na din ang mga kaso ng severe COVID-19 infection at bilang ng namamatay ng dahil sa sakit ito. Ngunit, naglabas ng public advisory ang Department of Health noong May 21, 2022 tungkol sa pag-detect ng variants of concerns natin, which is yung Omicron BA.4. Ito kasi yung type ng variants of concern na talagang mabilis makahawa sa ating mga mamamayan. And syempre, unti-unti na nagbubukas ang ating mga pampublikong establishments at syempre, ang pagkonsidera na rin natin sa current vaccine supplies natin, mga lumalabas sa mga aral, ebidensya, projections, at iba pang important factors sa bakunahan natin sa ating bansa, nirekomenda ng ating mga eksperto, katulad na nabanggit ko, na magkaroon ng pangalawang booster shot sa piling target population sa ating bansa sa ngayon. So nakikita natin sa ating screen ngayon kung ano yung nationwide cases data natin. So ito lang, tandaan po natin na hanggang ngayon, nasa public health emergency pa rin po tayo dahil sa current 19 pandemic. Kaya ito talaga yung rason kung bakit natin tayong mga health workers ay patuloy na nag-encourage at pinopromote talaga ang pagbabakuna laban sa COVID-19.
Ayan, so Nurse Jen, no, and also dun sa ating mga tagapakinig at tagapanood po, no, araw-araw po, no, thank you very much, Nurse Jen, for reminding us na talaga namang patuloy na nag-i-increase yung ating mga kaso, no, patuloy. So ibig sabihin po, hindi pa po tayo talagang lubos or talagang lumalaban pa din po tayo dun sa ating COVID-19. Tama ba ako, Nurse Jen?
Tama ka dyan, Nurse Arthur. So, hindi pa tapos ang ating laban. At syempre, gusto ko rin i-take yung opportunity na ito na sabihin na ang COVID-19 vaccine, katulad ng ibang bakuna, ay nagbibigay ng additional protection. Pero ang COVID-19 vaccine ay nagbibigay ng additional protection against COVID-19 infection. Ito napatunay na po sa ating mga pag-aaral, sa ating mga ebidensya na nakalap po sa iba-ibang panig ng mundo, na pag ikaw ay nabakunahan, at unfortunately, nagkaroon ka ng COVID-19 infection, na naka-acquire ka, it's either wala kang nararamdaman or mild symptoms lang at nape-prevent talaga ang severe infection na pwedeng mag-cause ng kamatayan. And syempre, dahil din sa COVID-19 vaccine, hindi naman talaga natin makakailan na nakatulong to para unti-unti ay bumalik tayo sa normal activities. Gusto ko lang sabihin pala na, alam niyo ba na 100% na po yung implementation natin ng limited face-to-face sa ating mga public schools. Alam mo ba yun, Nurse Arthur?
Oo, Nurse Jen nga, no? Parang since last month ay nagkaroon na tayo ng mga validations dun sa different perspective or dun sa ating different district na mga public schools. And I guess by next week, magsisimula naman po ang ating mga nasa higher ups na kung saan i-validate naman yung mga private schools for the eventual expansion for face-to-face in preparation for next school year.
Tama ka dyan, Nurse Arthur. Kaya nga, dahil din sa COVID-19 vaccine, matutulungan natin talagang ma-reduce yung transmission talaga ng COVID-19 infection. And of course, gusto ko lang syempre maalis yung agam-agam ng ating mga viewers and ating mga tagapagpakinig na ang COVID-19 vaccine ay safe and effective. Bakit ko nasabing safe and effective siya? Dahil meron po tayong grupo ng mga eksperto na meron pong pag-aaral na ginagawa bago nagbibigay ng recommendation sa ating pamahalaan kung pwede po bang i-go or implement yung pagbabakuna sa isang specific na target group, which is sila yung Vaccine Expert Panel, ang ating Philippine FDA, ang Health Technology Assessment Council, ang National Immunization Technical Advisory Group, and yung National Adverse Event Following Immunization Committee.
Ayan, nung pinresent mo ngayon, no, dun sa ating screen right now, Nurse Jen, bigla ko naalala yung dun sa ating orientations on pediatric vaccinations na kung saan yan, yun dun sa ating process kung paano ba nagkakaroon or paano ba ini-implement yung ating COVID-19 vaccines, no. And ngayon, dahil may bago tayong ibibigay na second booster sa ating mga target populations at ito na naman siya, no, pinakita na naman ng ating government kung paano po ba nagkakaroon ng process with regards to giving COVID-19 vaccinations or vaccines sa ating mga kapwa Pilipino.
Tama ka, dahil patunay lamang ito na hindi basta-basta ang implementation ng isang sa National Vaccination Program for COVID-19. Pinag-isipan talaga itong mabuti at hindi porket na binigay agad itong bakuna ito ay hindi natin masasabi hindi siya safe and effective. Kailangan lang talaga siyang ibigay sa ngayon dahil hindi natin makapaghintay na talagang hindi maibigay sa ating kapwa Pilipino. Pero dahil meron tayong grupo ng mga eksperto, minimake sure natin na safe and effective pa rin ang pagtanggap ng bakuna sa ating mga target recipients. Ito nga pala yung mga portfolio approach natin sa ating vaccination. Dahil sa mga ekspertong yun, sa ating mga adults na 18 years old and above, ito yung mga bakuna na pwede lang ma-receive or yung mga naresita nila, which is yung Sinovac, AstraZeneca, Moderna, Novavax, J&J, ang ating Sputnik, and Pfizer. And of course, sa ating next age group is nagkaroon din tayo sa 12 to 17, which is yung mRNA-based vaccines natin, which is yung Moderna and yung Pfizer. And nag-start din po atang vaccination natin, yung just yung diniscuss din natin doon, is yung ating pediatric vaccination for ages 5 to 11 years old. Pero ang binigay dito is Pfizer, pero mas smaller dosage ang binibigay sa ating mga pediatric. Naalala mo ba to, Nurse Arthur? Mag-discuss natin to?
Oo, Nurse Jen, no? Na kung saan yung binibigay natin na 0.2 ml having 3 weeks interval, no, for 2 doses for age 5 to 11. Ayan, Nurse Jen.
Tama ka. Tsaka gusto ko lang pong i-reiterate, no, patuloy pa rin po ang pagbibigay ng bakuna ng libre at safe sa ating kanya-kanyang vaccination site. Kasama na rin po dito yung booster shot, the first booster shot na open po sa 18 years old and above. And of course, nabanggit mo kanina nung introduction, no, Nurse Arthur, na yes, meron po tayong second booster na ini-implement na po currently, na open po sa ating senior citizens 60 years old and above, ang ating immunocompromised population, and ang ating frontline healthcare workers age 18 years old and above. So, itong implementation na to, ano ba yung naging basis ng pag-implement nito? So, ang ating Philippine Food and Drug Administration ay naglabas ng issuance noong April 13, 2022. Nakasaad dito na yung additional booster o yung second booster na ibibigay ay shall not be limited to the following applied vaccines na binigyan ng emergency use authorization. Sila yung Pfizer, Moderna, Sinovac, Sinopharm, AstraZeneca, Sputnik, and yung Janssen. Sabi nga dito, ang recipients na makaka-receive ng second booster is yung ating senior citizen, ang ating immunocompromised population, and frontline healthcare workers. Dito, sila din na ang magiging interval niya from the first booster niya or for the last vaccine niya is at least 4 months after the third dose or the first dose. Yung sabihin ay pagitan. Pero pag yung moderately and severely immunocompromised naman yung patients natin, pwedeng mas maaga nila mag-receive yung additional booster dose, which is at least 3 months or depende po sa sasabihin ng ating kanilang attending physician. Pero kahit nagkaroon po tayo ng ganong issuance from FDA, naglabas din naman po ang ating isa sa mga grupo ng mga eksperto, ang ating Health Technology Assessment Council, noong April 21, 2022. Dito sinaad na, kasi yung Health Technology Assessment Council, sila yung grupo ng mga eksperto na nagtitingin kung ano yung pinaka-cost-effective, ibig sabihin ang pinaka-epektibo, pero yung pinakasulit na bibilhin ng ating bansa para sa implementation ng second booster. Dito nga, nakalap nila yung mga ebidensya na sa ating mga mRNA vaccine, which is yung Pfizer and yung ating Moderna, sila yung pinaka-okay in terms of immunogenicity and yung pag-safe na pagbigay ng second booster sa ating mga immunocompromised patients. So, ano ba yung immunogenicity? Baka sabihin nyo, ano ba yan, Nurse Jen? Nagbigay ka ng word na hindi namin masyadong maintindihan. So, yung immunogenicity, yun po yung ating ability ng mag-provoke yung ating antigen o yung bakuna para sa ating immune response. Ibig sabihin, kung maganda ang immunogenicity ng isang bakuna, mas maganda dahil mas magiging epektibo siya kasi ang paglaban ng immune system, mas lalabas mo siya. Yun po. And of course, kung tama yung pagkakaintindi mo, Nurse Arthur, no, na ngayon, doon sa lahat ng emergency use authorization na binaba ng Philippine FDA, bali 2 lamang ngayon ang nire-recommenda nila na ibigay sa ating mga target population, which is yung mRNA vaccine ng Pfizer and Moderna.
Okay. Nurse Jen, no, if may I clarify, no, correct me if I'm wrong dun sa ating discussion a while ago, no, dun sa ating Food and Drug Authority, nagbigay sila ng certain vaccines na possible na pwedeng ibigay for second booster. Okay? Tama ba? And now, naglabas ng April 21, 2022 ang ating Health Technology Assessment Council na kung saan, kung ano yung pinaka-sulit, kung ano yung pinaka-effective, no, yung cost-effective na tinatawag dun sa ating target population. At nabanggit mo nga, yun yung mRNA vaccines which are the Pfizer and even the Moderna. Kasi ang ating target populations would be the senior citizen, the frontliners or health workers, and even our immunocompromised. Tama ba ako, Nurse Jen?
Kuhang-kuha mo talaga, Nurse Arthur. Talagang nakikinig ka sa dinidiscuss ko talaga ngayon. And of course, para tama din at okay ang implementation ng ating pagbabakuna sa ating mga immunocompromised individuals, nagbaba ang issuance or guidelines ng ating Department of Health, Department Memorandum Number 2022-0154. Bali kung saan ang ating immunocompromised ay sila po ang ating mga immunodeficiency state, yung mga merong HIV, meron pong active cancer or malignancy. Sila po yung naka-receive ng transplant. Nung undergoing po yung steroid treatment po nila, meron po silang poor prognosis, yung mga bedridden patients or yung mga pasyente na diniagnose po ng ating licensed physician na sila po yung considered as immunodeficient na patients. So kung nakita mo ito yung dapat na pagpipilian, at least 3 months po yung interval from the first booster po nila. Pero naglabas po dahil nga sa recommendation ng ating Health Technology Assessment Council na clarify mo kanina sa akin, ang Department of Health ay naglabas ulit ng Department Memorandum Number 2022-0205 na nagsistate na ang bibigay na second booster sa ating mga target population is para ay mRNA vaccine lamang, which is yung Pfizer and Moderna lamang. And of course, maliban doon sa guidance sa ating mga immunocompromised, nagbaba rin ang Department of Health ang Department Memorandum Number 2022-0206 para naman sa ating senior citizen and ang ating frontline healthcare workers, wherein mas binigyan diin ng ating Health Technology Assessment Council na at siguro dahil na rin sa letter of appeal ng ating Undersecretary Vergere na kailangan talagang mabigyan ng ating mga frontline healthcare workers at ang ating mga senior citizen ng ating mRNA vaccines dahil sila yung pinaka-exposed at mababa ang immune system for the senior citizens. So nakita na nga ninyo sa ating general guidelines na ang ibibigyan is yung ating mga priority group A1 in essential health services and A2 sa senior citizen. Ang ibibigay na bakuna is yung ating Pfizer and Moderna lamang. So nakita nyo din yun, no? Yung priority groups natin is A1, including yung ating subgroups, and yung A2 for senior citizen. Ulitin ko lamang, tatlo lang, no? Ang ating immunocompromised, ang ating A1, at ang ating A2, which is yung senior citizens.
Ayan, so correct me if I'm wrong, and as we can see right now on our monitor, no, nabanggit mo dun sa ating A1 na isa sa mga priority for our second booster, which is the workers in essential health services, including all its subgroups. Nurse Jen, when you are referring subgroups, ilan po ba itong pinag-uusapan po natin nakabilang dun sa ating A1 workers po?
Buti na lang, Nurse Arthur, na brought up mo yan kasi sigurado magtatanong sila, baka ako ba yung A1 na tinutukoy or baka naman iba? So, ito po, ang ating mga A1 is under ng subgroup is A1.1 hanggang A1.9. Pero yung mga pasok para po sa ating second booster is yung mga A1.1 hanggang A1.7. Sino-sino ba sila? Sila yung mga health workers na nagkikater sa ating COVID-19 referral hospitals, sa ating hospitals catering to COVID-19, quarantine facilities, remaining hospitals, government-owned community-based primary care facilities, ang ating remaining healthcare facilities, and yung closed healthcare institution. Kung tatanungin mo ako kung ano yung 1.8 and 1.9, noon kasi merong 1.8 na tinatawag, which is sila po yung mga OFWs natin. And 1.9 naman, sila naman po yung mga kasama sa bahay ng ating mga healthcare workers. Yung dalawang yon, hindi po sila kasama sa ngayon for the second booster para po sa ating COVID-19 vaccination.
Ayan, no? So sa ating mga tagapakinig at tagapanood po, no, yun sa ating 1.8 and also 1.9 ay hindi mo nakabilang for our second booster. Our priority would be 1.1 to 1.7. Okay po? Ayan.
Thank you po, Sir Arthur. And of course, gusto ko po ulit i-reiterate na at least 4 months po yung interval after the first booster dose para po sa senior citizen and sa ating mga A1 or essential healthcare workers. Sa ating mga immunocompromised po, depende po sa advice ng doctor, pwede po mas earlier, especially sa mga moderate and severe. Okay po? So, ang ibibigay po, di ba, mRNA vaccine, yung Pfizer and Moderna. For Pfizer po, both po pala na bakuna is itutusok po sa ating braso kasi yun ang pinaka-convenient po na matutusukan. So, ito po is intramuscular po itutusok, 0.3 ml for Pfizer and half dose lamang po ang ibibigay naman sa Moderna which is 0.25 ml para po sa ating mga second booster doses.
Ayan, so very clear po tayo doon, no? Doon sa ating Moderna for second booster, ang ibibigay lang po natin ay 0.25 ml per dose. Okay? Sige
yes, po. At kaparehas din po siya na dosage doon sa ating first booster. Kung yun ang na-receive yung first booster, Moderna, half dose din po siya, hindi po siya nalalayo. So ito naman po yung recommended, ulitin ko lang po na for the first and second booster dose combination and interval for senior citizen and frontline health workers. So kung sakaling Moderna, pwedeng Moderna din yung piliin mo, or Moderna or Pfizer. Or Pfizer and Pfizer Moderna. And ganun din po sa ibang mga primary doses and sa mga unang booster. Basta po pasok po tayo doon sa mga tatlong groups na para po sa second booster. Immunocompromised, ang ating essential healthcare workers, and ating senior citizen. So sa part na to, Nurse Arthur, na-discuss na natin kung ano yung mga tungkol sa second booster. Kung ano yung, sino yung mga target groups, ano yung mga dapat na interval, ganun po. Pero sa ngayon, dapat syempre natin bigyan ng refresher yung ating mga viewers at tagapakinig ano yung mga dapat gawin bago, habang at pagkatapos ng pagbabakuna laban sa COVID-19. Syempre dapat ulitin natin, kailangan physically and mentally prepared po tayo. Kailangan natin kumain ng tama, ng masustansya, may sapat na tulog po tayo, at dapat po nakainom din po tayo ng sapat. Kasi huwag po tayo masyadong excited na pupunta po na hindi naman po tayo prepared kasi baka po ma-aksidente po tayo, mahimatay po tayo. Yun po yung mag-cause pa po ng commotions doon sa mismong vaccination site. Pangalawa naman po, sa araw ng pagbabakuna, ano yung mga dapat natin dalhin sa araw ng pagbabakuna? Unang-una, syempre dapat nakasuot po tayo ng face mask kasi nga, nasa current pandemic pa rin po tayo. Pwede po tayo magdala ng hand sanitizer or alcohol, magdala ng sariling ballpen. And yung mga documents na kailangan po natin dalhin is yung original po na vaccination card showing the completion of the primary dose, yung first or second dose, or kung Janssen po siya, isang dose lang, and the first booster dose, plus any valid identification card. Kung sakaling immunocompromised naman po or ibang sakit yung ating mga target population, kailangan lang po magdala ng medical certificate galing po sa lisensyadong doktor.
Ayan, so paki-take down notes po, no, kung ano po yung mga documents na dapat po nating dalhin para so that we can prevent wasting of time, effort, and energy na pupunta tayo sa mga site and then all of a sudden kulang po yung ating mga documents. Okay, doon sa ating mga immunocompromised, please pakidala po yung mga medical certificate na kung saan ay galing sa ating mga respective attending physician po. Okay?
Thank you, Sir Nurse Arthur. And of course, ulitin po natin, no, ano po yung mga maaaring maramdaman pagkatapos mabakunahan. So may dalawang scenario kasi yan. Meron pong nabakunahan ka, tapos wala kang naramdaman. Or nabakunahan ka, meron kayong mga common signs and symptoms na nararamdaman. Pero gusto ko lang linawin, no, katulad sa nakaraan na discussion natin, Nurse Arthur, na hindi porket na nabakunahan na ito at walang naramdaman at isa itabak na may naramdaman pong symptoms or side effects, yung isa po is epektibo, yung isa hindi. Depende po kasi yun sa katawan ng isang tao kung paano niya tatanggapin yung bakuna. Pero parehas po siya, basta na-receive mo yung bakuna, kung ano yung ino-offer ng bakuna na protection, yun po yung marireceive natin. At yung common signs and symptoms po, huwag po tayo mag-alala kasi usually po, tumatagal lang naman siya ng 1 to 2 days at ang usually is sakit ng ulo, medyo napapagod po tayo, nanigas pamumula kung saan nabakunahan at nilalagkan. Ang gagawin lang po natin is uminom po ng paracetamol every 4 hours. And if ever po na nanigas na mula kung saan nabakunahan, cold compress lang po dun sa injection site. Then after a while is warm compress po. And if ever po na mas sa tingin nyo po is iba po yung nararamdaman po ninyo, pwede po tayong pumunta sa pinakamalapit na health facility sa ating lugar. At sabihin lang po na nakareceive po tayo ng bakuna laban sa COVID-19. Pero sa data po na meron po tayo sa ating kaibigan from the Department of Health, masaya po akong sabihin na simula na start po yung ating second booster, wala naman po tayong mga ganong scenario na kung saan kailangan pa pupunta ng hospital ng ating mga naka-receive dahil lang po naka-receive sila ng second. Yung mga mild symptoms lang po yung usually nararamdaman nila kung sakali po na nagkaroon po sila ng symptoms after mabakunahan. And of course, gusto ko rin i-reiterate, Nurse Arthur, no? Meron po tayong mga ebidensya na nakalap sa ating mga studies na kung ang isang recipient ay naka-receive ng same na bakuna, usually wala siya talagang mararamdaman ng mga side effects. Pero may current evidence din po tayo na nag-show na kung iba yung klaseng bakuna na yung i-receive po niya, mas effective daw po at mas recommended po, lalo na po sa ating mga immunocompromised individuals.
Ayan, Nurse Jen, no? So, naibigay na po ni Nurse Jen lahat ng mga informations na dapat nating i-note, no, for our second booster. Ngayon, Ma'am Jen, no, we already experienced dun sa ating first dose, second dose, and even our first booster na kung saan napakadaming mga site, no, na ginawa for our vaccination. And ang tanong ko lang, Nurse Jen, no, yung process po ba na nangyari noong sa ating first dose, second dose, and even our first booster, ay ganun din po ba yung process na tatahakin ng ating mga target populations?
Regarding sa tanong mo, no, Nurse Arthur, actually parehas lang siya. Pero syempre ngayon, mas aware na yung mga tao na during pre-health screening, kasi yun yung pinakaunang stage, may dalawang option yun. Mayroong self-assessment. Yung una naman is through our vaccination team or yung LGU na members po ng ating health workforce. Yung self-assessment, kasi alam naman natin na kung nilalagnat ka, kung meron kang naka-receive ka kunyari ng flu vaccine na wala pang 14 days, pupunta ka pa ba sa vaccination site? Hindi na. Kasi dapat meron ka pang, baka ma-reschedule po yung inyong pagpunta para ma-receive ang inyong second dose. Pero kung hindi ka sigurado, kung sakaling nabakunahan ka ng ibang bakuna, pwede ka naman punta sa vaccination site at doon po sa pre-health screening, ang ating vaccination team ay i-explain po sa inyo kung pwede po tayong mag-proceed doon sa next step or ma-reschedule po tayo. Kung sakaling okay po, ang next step po natin is yung triage and registration. Dito po, usually, mga 5 minutes lang po. Depende po sa dami ng tao. Siyempre, unang-una po ang mangyayari dyan is i-check po nila yung dokumentong dala nyo, kung kompleto po ba. And i-encode din po nila sa system nila yung details po ninyo. Kasi may reporting system po tayo sa national level. And of course, after po nun, pagkatapos nun, magkakaroon po tayo ng health education, informed consent, and vaccine administration. Dito po sa stage na to, ituturo po or bibigyan po kayo ng information regarding po sa benefits, yung possible risk, and kung ano po yung usual reaction na marireceive ng isang recipient kung sakaling nabakunahan po siya. Dito rin po ipapakita yung papel and explain po yung tungkol sa informed consent. And if ever po okay po tayo, mababakunahan na po tayo ng for the second booster. Again, ulitin ko po yung mRNA vaccines lang po yung maibibigay. It's either Pfizer and Moderna. And minsan po, depende rin po kung ano po yung available na inaibaba sa ating vaccination site. After po nun, after yung pong mabakunahan, magmuna po tayo uuwi. Katulad po ng mga nauna, pupunta po tayo sa next stage, which is yung post-vaccination monitoring. Kung wala po tayong mga ibang sakit, wala po tayong history ng asthma or allergy, 15 minutes lang po yung monitoring na gagawin sa ating post-monitoring team or yung ating vaccination team sa mismong area. Pero if ever po na meron po tayong mga ibang sakit, may history of asthma, pwede po tayong magtagal hanggang 30 minutes. And of course, ang pagbabakuna po, syempre, dapat isipin po natin at kailangan po natin maging ready. And dapat lahat po tayong mga Pilipino is magtulungan para po ma-stop din po yung spread ng COVID-19 infection. Kailangan po maging prepare po tayo lagi. Kaya kailangan, pag magsusuot po tayo ng mask, yung isuot po natin is yung pinaka-best fitted na face mask sa ating mukha. Kailangan po natin i-follow yung mga minimum public health standard katulad po ng paghuhugas ng kamay. Kailangan din po pag may symptoms po tayo, wag na po natin ipilit na lumabas. Kailangan po i-isolate na po natin ang sarili natin. And if ever po talaga na nirecommend na kailangan po natin ma-swab, i-choose na po natin yung gold standard, which is yung RT-PCR po. And if ever po napasok naman po tayo sa target population for the first dose, second dose, first booster, and of course sa ating pinakabago na second booster po natin, please get vaccinated. tulong-tulong po tayo kasi isa lang naman po yung goal natin, which is ma-stop po yung ating pandemic. So, this is not the time to be complacent po. Kailangan po natin mabakunahan because vaccination can prevent us having serious COVID-19 diseases or even death. So, tandaan po natin, ang vaccines are free, effective, and safe. So, yun lamang po sa araw na ito at maraming salamat.
Alright, so once again, thank you very much, Nurse Jennifer Ong, one of our school nurse here at SDO Tarlac Province. It was a pleasure to have you with us this health hour. Once again, this has been your host, Nurse Arthur, your broadcaster. Marami pong salamat. Mag-ingat po tayong lahat. God bless everyone.
Bye!
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral Tarlaqueño here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience, serving you with the different skills learn and have fun together.
Kabahagi mo. Radyo